Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
You know what? Maybe let's try this. Give me that phone.
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your ad. Your name.
Call-in users, attention, call-in users, please remember to mute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling this meeting of the regular meeting of the Plan Commission to order at 6:31 p.m. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with section 19.83 and 19.84 Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call is showing that all commissioners are present. We're on to item 3, approval of the minutes from the May 12th, 2025 meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We are now on to item 4, citizen input, public appearance. As you notice, we have increased the time from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. And I ask that you be considerate and not go over the 4 minute because we're going to be very mindful of that because we've got a lot to talk about tonight. So would anybody like to come forward and speak tonight? And if you are speaking about the 2 items that are on in the public hearing on the new business, I ask that you reserve those comments during the public hearing. But good evening and welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I'm kind of disabled here tonight. I forgot my reading glasses, so I borrowed these, so I got to use a light. I'm gonna just address A, under unfinished business. This should be voted no. A land use study was done, and we should have a land use study and full public interaction on this completely. Whenever you got somebody wanting to disrupt our wetlands, and to me, wetlands are vulnerable to the land. They are a nature's natural filter, and they should be protected by the residents, and they should be left to do their job that they were created for. They provide crucial protection for numerous ecological benefits. They protect rare vegetation. They provide habitat for wildlife and a filter for removing sediment and pollutants before they reach other bodies of water. They also act as sponges absorbing water from rainfall and snowmelt, and it helps reduce the flood risk for the communities. And they mitigate climate by storing large amounts of carbon in the soil. And I didn't realize how important wetlands were to the land, why they're there. And they should be preserved as much as they can, and no developer should be allowed to disrupt that. Soils exert a strong influence on how man uses land, and soils are irreplaceable. It is important that careful evaluation be made to the ability of the area to sustain this urban growth so it can be properly managed and deserves protection from improper land use development and developers, especially since residents also are the taxpayers, are used to pay this, and it also affects their environment. So I think we need to look at more than just a building and what somebody's going to do. This is a disruption to the land, and I think we should vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to come forward to speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. Good evening. I just want to bring something to everyone's attention who may not have been on the board 2 years ago, but I was looking through some old notes, and about 2 years ago, there were some RFPs for neighborhood meeting proposals that were sent out, and we received those, and I seem to remember that it was determined that it was too expensive. Since budget time is coming up again, I think that it would be a good idea to revisit those RFPs and see if something can be put into the budget for these. One of the hearings tonight, the reason that this room is so full is because there are unresolved issues to do with the 2050 plan because those neighborhood meetings did not occur. So I'm suggesting that the date was, I think it was June 13th or 23rd of 2023 was around the marker date. And I'm sure Director Retzlaff has that somewhere in his files. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to speak tonight, either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Before I speak, can I just clarify, is there going to be a public hearing regarding the first item on the agenda or not?
No, there won't be.
Okay, then I need to speak now regarding this. I guess I'm definitely opposed as a lot of the neighbors are in the neighborhood area, to give this, conditional use permit to someone who has, proven that he's not really being a good neighbor. And I guess I'm worried about the property values around there. And, I don't know what he brings to the village as far as an asset in that, especially in that neighborhood. The building he wants to put up, I understand there's at least two companies working on that property right now. I don't know if that building's for him or for somebody else. Or is he gonna put a third person in there as another builder or business? In 2019, I believe he got a conditional use permit to do some of the grading and filling in that area to terrace this area to plant trees. I guess I would probably say I planted more trees in my property since then than he has planted in there as a landscaper. And the trees he planted are stunted. They're not going to grow because they're sitting on 8 feet of fill. So that was something that never was when it was presented back then. I guess I asked the commission not to approve this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak? Good evening and welcome.
I also need reading glasses. As you can see, I have a number of notes. I won't be getting to all of that, as a lot of it is two-sided pages. My name is Tanya Kapp. I live at West 210, North 10735 Appleton Avenue. I am across the street from TLC Acres. Over the last nearly 8 years, we've raised many concerns. We've made numerous complaints. We've complained at village board meetings, at these plan commission meetings, and to the Germantown Fire Department, Germantown Police Department, and other village hall staff. We've been questioned on if we were complaining in the right places. We've been told that we didn't make an official complaint or asked numerous times if that's what we were doing. But as citizens, we don't always know the proper protocol for how we make our complaints heard. So I think a number of us neighbors were under the impression that bringing our physical selves here, putting ourselves on the line by saying our names and our addresses, which is on public access, also on the news, we're vulnerable that way. So we thought that complaining in this forum would have the most weight to it. And what I've found out through a lot of learning in the last couple of months specifically, I've been dealing with this for 8 years. But over the last couple of months, I found that my complaints didn't matter if I didn't call the police. I feel that that's a large drain on village resources to have to call all these times. A number of times I said I complained by calling the fire department. I know I called 3 different times. In 2019, I was questioned as to whether that was true. Mr. Resloff, with all due respect, seeing the fire trucks go over there, being the person who called those times, they happened. And every time I was questioned as to whether or not it happened. I don't think that's very nice, but that's what happened. I was also told at other meetings that the business has the right to ground rumble and noise in every way that they need to for how many ever businesses are there, from same as public, 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. That's 6 days a week. We have no life. in this neighborhood. If coming here and putting our physical selves on the line doesn't hold the same weight as making a police complaint, that's disappointing. But my point is, the last week has been the only time where the mornings were not absolutely ground shaking from well before noise nuisance times. So on Saturday, I finally called and made the complaint to the police. And this is the first week we've ever had that was nice in 8 years. When I moved out here, my dad was sick. He lasted 60 days, and then I inherited his mortgage rate. I have been dealing with this and grieving for my father, who was my best friend, for all these years. I don't want to be here, and I don't want to be talking about this. But if it doesn't mean more than calling the police and being a further cause, this company is causing a drain on the village resources and our lives as residents. We're the ones who live here. A number of you do not live in Germantown. Your decisions here do not affect your life. Please take that into consideration and do not grant this conditional use permit ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Sharon Gleisner. I live directly across the street from TLC Acres at W210 and 10743 Appleton Avenue. As I said, just a couple months ago when we met before, I had the same situation, very loud all the time. It's very dirty. It's just noisy, and it goes, like she said, hours after past time, things like that. In my house, I feel the house even shakes sometimes, but mostly it's loud even inside my house. People are like, what is that noise? And I'm like, oh, that's just my neighbors. It's very hard to live in environments like that where it's constantly loud. And there's accents there a lot of times. I mean, I've had my mailbox at least once or twice a year taken out all the time. It's a regular event. I know my neighbors have felt the same way, and I feel that way. I know we've dealt with this a long time ago where they said, oh, there's tiers, and those tiers never seem to come to an end, like we talked about last couple months ago. We don't see an end in sight even, but continuing with growth and more of, I mean, they get like 100 trucks a day in there sometimes, and it's just, it's a nuisance, it's a noise thing, it's quality of living. I can sit in my driveway and it's just, you can't even hardly talk to the person next to you without all that hydraulic stuff going on too, all the time, constant. And it's hard to live in an environment like that. It's just really rough over there. And I explained this a couple months ago, and I was hoping that when you did visit there, that you guys would get to see that kind of thing. But when you live in it, and when you live right across the street, you see it daily, all the time. And it's really, I would hope they don't pass this continuous thing. So I appreciate listening. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight to speak? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name is Angela Schneider. I live on W162 N10516 Auburn Lane here in Germantown. First off, I think I'm going to just make it short and sweet. I agree with everything that has been said here already in regards to the wetlands and how important they are for our filtration, and you've got to have wetlands. So I'll simply say vote no. But just hearing what is happening at TLC Acres, I don't live in that part, but I could understand 8 years of this must be very difficult for her. So that is just, to me, another added reason to vote no. We need our wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward to speak tonight? Is there anybody on WebEx?
No, there is not, Chairman.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, William Walter, N108 West 17551 Lilac Lane. I've come to meetings in this very building quite often over the last few years, and something I frequently hear in particular in regards to new age housing is people love the charm of Germantown. We're still a very rural community, suburban/rural, obviously, but we're not urban. We have space to live, and people enjoy living out here because of this space. We just heard from residents who have spent 8 years being woken up at ridiculous hours, kept up late into the night because we're allowing this company to do whatever they want with protected wetland. And that's unsustainable and unfair to these Germantown residents, many of whom came out here for the freedom and the space and the ability to not have to worry about that. If we want to raise our kids in these type of communities, and if we want to make the argument that we aren't trying to build because we love the culture of Germantown, why are we allowing mega corporations to take advantage of that while our Germantown residents have to suffer for that? I think that's a bit hypocritical compared to what I often hear discussed in this room, and I hope that the board will take that into consideration on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Again, we have no one on WebEx. I do have one. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Dennis Myers, former trustee, former county supervisor for Washington County. Good to see some of you people who haven't done this for a while. I disagree with everything that the 9 people have said in the April 28th meeting in regard to the various problems that they've had, especially in regard to the noise aspect. There is no noise in that particular property. One of the things I end up doing on my own situations, because I utilize their services, is I don't have a pickup truck. I don't have a trailer hitch. And so I go there with my 5-gallon containers quite frequently, every spring and throughout the year. There's no noise at all there. And in regard to the dirt, they used to have dirt there from before. Then they put the asphalt in the front section, and there was no more dirt on 175. Also, in regard to that, they used to use a sweeper to get it. So that's all gone. They don't have that particular. In regard to vibrations, they don't have any equipment that has any vibrations that are going to cause any particular problems. And in regard to the noise, I mean, it's a state highway. It's 45 miles an hour. And in regard to it, if you go right down the road going north on there, you will find land and stone products. It's a quarry. Now, in the process of checking with them, they have on average about 15 trucks that go through there every day on an average. Naturally, they have the return in regard to that. Then you have your regular trucks that end up going through that same situation. There's another plant that's associated with the quarry, and that's the recycle, where they actually take in old asphalt and concrete. There again, you have the same situation. When they had these particular problems from the beginning, the neighbors were correct. There were problems, noise, dirt, and everything. As I've alluded to before, they put the asphalt in the front, and what they're trying to do now is put asphalt further back and then extend the particular building as such. The particular building where they want to be able to do it it'll be taller than the other ones because they want to be able to lift their dump trucks and be able to service it. They do their own servicing rather than taking it out someplace. Germantown is on the basis that we want to be able to have businesses come in and do their job, but at the same time, they have a responsibility to the people who live here. They have been taking care of these particular problems. In regard, when we had these particular meetings with the people, because I represent part of these people anyhow in the process of it over the years, all of this information was given out to them in regard to how they should actually call and make these complaints known. Jeff had it on a basis that they would have these things every year where they would see them. to be able to say that they didn't know how to do it or whatever is incorrect. There hasn't been any calls, and I can understand why. And so I don't know why the people want to be able to stop this particular company to be able to go further advancing in regard to it. That's what we want to do in Germantown. And all they want to do in regard to these aspects. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak tonight? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I'm Matt Sieben. I own TLC Acres. I have a prepared statement that I'll be giving later today, but in just listening to some of the things that were said, I think we need to clear up a few issues right away. We did a wetland delineation survey, and we are disturbing absolutely no wetlands. No wetlands will be touched, and I don't know, things get moved around and people say different things, and that is absolutely false. And there is not one wetland that will be touched. So I think that's very important to understand. I just want to address Saturday. We closed at noon on Saturday. I don't know what went on late into the night. We put a chain across our driveway. We have cameras on our property. The police were never there. We closed at noon on Saturday, so I don't know exactly what that's all about. But if there was something that happened, it would be on our camera system. In regards to the mailboxes, I believe 2 mailboxes have been hit because mine is right next to theirs. And we have one on camera for sure, which was at midnight one evening. And the other one was, I don't know what the other one was. And we're talking over 8 years. We had one accident happen. We have that on camera as well. And it wasn't due to anything with TLC Acres. So it's real easy to listen to one side. I understand their frustration and complaints, but at the same time, I think we just need to make sure that the facts are set straight, mainly in that wetland delineation, because I think that really does charge a lot of people, and we are absolutely not touching any wetlands. So I'll give my prepared statement later.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak tonight?
Are we allowed to readdress?
You can come up forward if you want to speak again.
Tanya Cap, I do live across the street. I did say that all before. Any of the issues that I have brought up over the 8 years that I have been bringing them up, I have records of. I have time-stamped videos, dates. I didn't call about closing at noon. I called because they started before 8 a.m. on a Saturday. Their scheduled time to open is 7:30 a.m. I don't know why the residents have to make sure that they don't start using gas-powered lawn and construction equipment before 8 a.m. on a Saturday and before 7 a.m. on the weekdays. This is what I was calling to complain about. So I called, not this Saturday, but the Saturday before. I was saying this last week in between was the most peaceful that it has been in 8 years. I absolutely can give record of every single thing I've complained about. When I called the fire department twice, it was raining ash. I took videos of the raining ash. I called the fire department. They went over there to address that. When I called the third time, it was because there was a smoldering fire left, and I called at 8:23 p.m. This is a couple years ago, but these are occurrences over 8 years that we have tried to address at the village board. And I have also tried to address with the powers that be, the fire department, the police department. I don't feel like residents have been heard in these meetings, that the things have been addressed. These complaints are absolutely real. For a man who is an elected official to get up here and say that these things just aren't happening, front end loaders rattle the entire valley. They use a dump that goes ka-kunk, ka-kunk, ka-kunk. When they scoop up rocks and rubble, it is with metal against stone. You cannot tell me that that's quiet. And it absolutely rattles the entire area every day, all day, 6 days a week. These front end loaders are a noise nuisance. They are considered gas-powered construction equipment. There is no time frame for when construction will ever end because it's not construction, it's delivering of mulch, stones, dirt to the trailers, the other trucks. Trucks don't have to be dump trucks to be considered trucks. Anything with a truck license plate is a truck. There are tons of vehicles going through there. Some of them have trailers, some of them don't. Those are customers. The deliveries, as some of them that came in today, are delivered in semi-trailers or dump trucks. And over the years, we have complained enough to get them to stop using the hydraulic emptying dumping mechanism, which is the loudest and most vibrating thing you can ever experience. Just because they stop doing that with the landfill has nothing to do with the equipment they use for their retail mulch, stones, and dirt. The conveyor belt that goes with the dirt that they've stripped all the mineral-rich soil from, where it used to grow mulch, that's good dirt. They're getting rid of all that. So then they're left with bad dirt, fill. It just said fill, now accepting fill. What does that mean? It didn't say clean fill. And that sign was up for like 7 years. It just went down on like May 14th. Like, come on now. We are not lying up here. We are residents and we are addressing real concerns that cause our quality of life to go down. And I won't ever be called a liar about those things. Not ever. I will go on oath. I will go anywhere and say these things because I have proof of it. And now I'm gonna get put up security cameras because I have no choice. This is crazy.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight and speak? Anyone else like to come forward? I do have one comment that was emailed to us from a Lynn Carey, W148 and 10217 Windsong Circle, Germantown, referencing the TLC Acres conditional use permit. She is opposing it. And she's saying, I have great concerns regarding the impact of TLC Acres on the neighboring residents and overall environmental effect. More input from the residents of this area is needed and must be addressed. Anyone else like to speak tonight before we move on? Okay, we're moving on to item 5, unfinished business. A, Parish Survey and Engineering, agent for Matt Sieben and TLC Acres, property owner W210 and 10738 Appleton Avenue. Site plan review for a 5,200 square foot building and a conditional use permit application to allow grading and filling within 25 feet of wetland and 75 feet navigable waterway setback. Dr. Rusloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As indicated, this item is a continuation from the April 28th meeting at which we held a public hearing. At that time, there were 10 public hearing speakers providing comments, some of whom were here this evening who spoke during our public comment section this evening. The end of the discussion on 428, the Plan Commission motion to enacted to table action pending Mr. Sieben to come forward and address the comments that were made. And if I could just quickly summarize, the 10 speakers generally talked about truck dumping, making noise, dust, and vibrations that affect adjoining property owners, neighborhood property owners, with no end date in sight with respect to the filling activities. Filling of the tiers and future floodplain filling on the east side of the property already affects some adjoining property owners. That was the claim. With more filling would have further impacts. Some of the speakers commented that there's not much growing or planting of trees. Thought this was supposed to be a tree farm. Was some general sentiment that was expressed. One commenter indicated that there's no bathroom, only a portable toilet, and questions what the new building will include for sanitary. Another commenter or multiple ones indicated that truck traffic from the operation contributes to accidents on Appleton Avenue. We heard some additional things this evening with regard to mailboxes being knocked down. Again, tonight, we did hear a question about how many companies lease property and will be operating from the new building on the property. So there is a copy of the meeting minutes on the dais that I left for everybody in case you want to refer back to that. But at this point, Mr. Sieben has indicated he has a prepared statement to address those comments. So Matt, I'll just let you jump right in.
Thanks, Jeff. First of all, before I get started, I just want to, I want to say I certainly wasn't meaning or did not want to call any of my neighbors a liar. We did not receive any word of that. And so that was certainly not my intent, nor do I believe that. So moving on. Good evening. My name is Matt Sieben. I'm the owner of TLC Acres. For the new members here tonight, I'd like to take a moment to give some brief history. In 2019, my company MSTLC was granted a conditional use permit to operate landscaping and landscape supply businesses on our roughly 50-acre property located on State Highway 175. Throughout the application process and review process, my team worked closely with Germantown staff to address local concerns about our operation. Our goal was to always minimize our impact on the surrounding area. Due to community concern, one of the conditions of the permit was a follow-up review 1 year later by this plan commission. The review was to determine whether those conditions were being followed by TLC and working as intended. Due to the COVID pandemic, that review ended up taking place in 2021, approximately 2.5 years later. During that time, we received a total of 3 complaints, all related to mud being tracked onto State Highway 175. Each of these complaints was investigated by the Germantown Police Department. In every instance, TLC was found to be in compliance and no further action was required. Despite this good record, concerns were once again raised by a local group at the 2021 meeting. After thorough discussion, President Dean Walter noted that the primary concern did not relate to the operations covered by our CUP, but rather to the by right field work that we were conducting. As a result, no changes were made to the 2019 permit. At this time, it was stressed to the community, both by Village Planner Retzloff as well as Attorney Sajak, that they would need to contact the village at the time of the alleged violation to get the complaint on file. This is not only to help the village document the concerns, but also to allow TLC to be able to follow up and address valid concerns. Following that meeting, TLC took additional steps to ensure accountability. We installed a network of security cameras across the property to monitor areas governed by the CUP. This allows us to promptly investigate any complaints, verify their validity, and if necessary, use the footage as a training tool for our team to prevent future issues. Now, 4 years after that review and 6 years since the original CUP was granted, I'm proud to report that there have been 0 documented complaints related to the business activities covered by our permit. And that's a direct reflection of my team's dedication and vigilance. At last month's meeting, Germantown staff recommended approval of TLC's application to amend our existing conditional use permit. Our request included 3 items: a pole barn addition onto our existing pole barn to increase interior storage capacity, an additional 10,000 square feet of asphalt aimed at reducing airborne dust and minimizing mud tracked onto the road, further lessening our impact on the surrounding area. Approval of our stormwater management plan, which addresses existing runoff more efficiently and sustainably. Both the barn addition and the new asphalt will be located on existing impervious surfaces. No new impervious surfaces will be added. Even with staff's recommendation for approval, enough concern was expressed last month by residents to delay the commission vote. Since then, we have again worked with Germantown staff to address those concerns. As was the case in 2021, it remains clear that the primary issue raised by the community relates not to TLC's CUP operations, but to the by right activities occurring on the property. It is my sincere hope this evening that you will approve our request to amend the conditional use permit. I'd like to close on a more personal note directed directly to my neighbors. Although I was unable to attend last month's meeting, I watched the recording and heard your concerns. As I said back in 2019 and 2021, I continue to invite open dialogue. Many of you already have my personal cell number, and if you don't, I'm happy to share it. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have a concern. I'm always willing to listen and provide clarity whenever I can. I do have a few specific questions about the proposed conditions that I'd like to address with this committee this evening when the time is proper. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. My engineer Evan is here also, and he can address any technical inquiries the committee may have.
I'll jump right back in. Just to sum up, the applications before you are a site plan application that specifically deals with the 5,200 square foot storage building addition that is shown on this slide that focuses in on the west side of the property. The existing 2,400 square foot building is highlighted in green, and the proposed 5,200 square foot building is highlighted in blue. And the additional area of asphalt that's proposed is outlined in black. The asphalt and the building addition are part of the site plan application, as is the stormwater management basin that's shown a little bit further east in the central portion of the property. That basin is intended to accommodate runoff from the existing site and impervious areas, as well as in anticipation of a possible future additional 10,000 square feet of building and 30,000 square feet of asphalt. Those additional items are not part of the site plan application at this time. The second application that you have before you is a conditional use permit application. Now, I'm going to have to correct Matt in that we're not asking necessarily to revise the existing CUP that was granted enabling the landscaping operation. It's a separate conditional use permit that is focused exclusively on the proposal to do some disturbance in the village's setback areas outside of the wetlands and outside of the navigable waterway. The village maintains these additional setbacks, again, a 25-foot wetland setback that extends from the boundary of a wetland outward to give us a little bit further handle on regulating what development takes place next to a wetland area. As Matt did indicate, there are no wetland impacts that are proposed as part of the site plan application. Simply encroachment into that 25-foot wetland setback area. Similarly, he's encroaching into a 75-foot navigable waterway setback that also applies because of the stream that runs through the property, the navigable waterway that runs northwesterly, southeasterly across the property that was deemed to be a navigable waterway by the DNR last year. The DNR reviewed the wetland delineation report and did a couple of site visits, I believe 2 site visits, to evaluate the waterway and the stream bed and made their determination that it was in fact navigable and subject to DNR regulation. So there may be, depending upon the amount of disturbance within a certain distance of the navigable waterway, that an additional DNR permit may be required. But that is simply their process of ensuring that whatever disturbance takes place, like the stormwater basin, like the building, like the asphalt, that there's erosion control measures put in place that protect that navigable waterway during construction. So those are additional items that are included as conditions of approval recommended by staff, that if there is a need for a DNR permit, they're required to get one. So those are the 2 items the Planning Commission needs to take action on: the site plan application and the conditional use permit. As part of the conditional use permit, there is a compensation plan that was been prepared that indicates that Matt will be doing additional plantings of vegetation along the waterway that'll provide additional protection to the wetland area just beyond it, and then just south of the navigable waterway. I got those graphics too. If we need to get into that again, we can do so. This graphic shows the encroachment areas, and this graphic shows generally where the compensation, the additional plantings will be put to compensate for that encroachment into the setback areas. But again, there's no direct wetland impacts at all associated with this particular proposal. So with that, I would point out that the current A2 zoning and agricultural activities under the 2050 plan are desirable. The 5,200 square foot storage building and asphalt paving, again, are intended to enhance the appearance of the site, to allow more equipment to be put in the building and not left outside, and also to reduce tracking onto Appleton Avenue, has been pointed out. Staff has indicated that the original CUP should be revised to reflect any approved improvements to the site. So we have an updated site plan as part of the CUP. And again, I mentioned the drainage ditch was declared navigable by DNR, and any permits that they may require are a condition of approval for this particular project. I do have a question for you, Matt. Can you clarify that when we were here back in April, your proposal included proposed filling east of the Tier 2 area all the way to Hilltop, and you are not proposing to do that intensive filling at this point in time?
That's correct. Evan, if you need to step in, but from a high level, we have agreed to put fill the land back to its original. It's anywhere from it's 18 inches to 2 feet we've taken out of there. And so we have agreed to put that back and fill it to what the original topographical GIS elevations were without going above that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that is reflected in the staff report, that there will be where in the area where the topsoil and peat have been removed, it will be replaced with fill and the elevation restored to the pre-existing elevations, provided there's some adjustment in that to provide for positive drainage from the south to the north toward the navigable waterway. So with that, I would open it up for further questions from the Plan Commission and direction on how you want to proceed.
Well, we've got two action items tonight, one for the site plan review and the other for the CUP for the grading. So I think we're at the point now where we need to entertain a motion so we can have a discussion on the first one, which is the site plan. So I'll entertain a motion.
Site plan.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Warren.
I've got kind of a quandary here. So the majority of the people who are here are concerned about noise and dirt and traffic and that. But none of those issues will be addressed by this conditional use permit or the review of the development plan. And I brought this concern up at our last meeting because this isn't the tool to remedy that kind of an issue that we're having here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but those concerns really won't be addressed by the approval of the conditional use permit. This is not the tool for that.
That's correct for the most part. I think, as was observed last time, that if the village were to deny the site plan application, that may have some bearing on reducing the amount of truck traffic leaving the site, which seemed to be the sort of the largest contributing factor to the concerns from the adjoining residents. But I don't know that that's the basis for that sort of action. Frankly, you've got different things operating at the same time. Right now, there is filling that's going on the property that's arguably allowed by right. and subject to an erosion control permit. That's the filling, the tier 2 filling, that I could bring up that graphic. That is generally that pink area is shown on the plan on the screen. That was the tier 2 area that was proposed to be filled and was reflected in the original conditional use permit, even though the permit wasn't the tool to regulate that filling. It ultimately was an erosion control permit. But there's no time associated with or limitations on when that filling can take place.
Didn't I read in here that we did agree to a time now, that the end of October, we would be wrapping up the bringing in of material to the site? Did I misread that?
The staff report reflects what was given to us by the engineer that indicated that there would be a continued filling in the area east of the tier 2 area to bring the elevation to the pre-existing elevations, and that activity would be completed by the end of the year. If that's not true, then we need to discuss that.
But also on page 20 of the packet, the operational hours of that would be Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And that's a staff recommended condition as sort of a starting point, given the concerns about the days and the hours, that staff put that in there as a way to deal with that, and the Plan Commission can respond accordingly.
Okay, so just in wrapping up, I've just had the concern that this isn't the vehicle for us to use to address these concerns. I think one of our residents here really hit it on the head. These backhoes, and I've worked construction for 40 years, these backhoes scraping on concrete with gravel, and that does make a lot of noise. And I think that's a constant operation that you have there, right? You're transferring material from this location to trucks or whatever. So that's not going to go away when the filling operation is complete. That'll always be there, from my impression from visiting the site, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, just to address that, I think it was President, so you both came out and visited, and you spent about an hour and a half at the property with Don. What you saw is typical. Trucks come in and out all day long. Pickup trucks with trailers. Couple times a week, we have a semi deliver loads of mulch. It's not constant. The constant is when we do the grading and filling, and we may have a large number of trucks on our property in any one day. Our normal day-to-day operations, and I think that's reflected in the fact that we haven't had a lot of concern, or I guess looking at village ordinances, we haven't broken ordinances along the way. We haven't been a nuisance. We haven't risen to that level of operating outside of what would be normal. And to some, a little bit of noise is a lot of noise.
I think the one thing that probably needs to be made clear, Matt, is the original CUP granted in 2019 adopted the days and hours of operation that you provided in your application. And you've got a different list of days and hours of operation for TLC Acres, which is the farm operation, the tree farm operation. You've got April 1st to November 1st, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Sundays. And then for the MSTLC landscaping operation, which is located in a leased area, as shown on the screen. It's also colored pink or gray?
Pink.
Pink. And this new building that's proposed is in part intended for vehicles for MSTLC.
Correct.
Okay. And the hours of operation for the MSTLC, March 15th to December 1, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. for shop employees, indoor duties, 7:15 a.m. to 3 p.m., or is it 8 p.m. for field employees and laborers to come. But there's nothing specifically that talks about deliveries of mulch and other things. So are those activities taking place? Well, let me ask you, when are they taking place?
So those hours that are in my conditional use permit are longer than what is reality. We do open at 7:30 in the morning and we close at 4:30 in the afternoon for our landscape supply company. We close at noon on Saturday. We haven't been open past noon on Saturday in probably 4 years. We haven't been open at all on a Sunday ever. We have some comings and goings. I think the purpose for allowing the MSTLC hours a little longer is because if a crew is out in the field working and they come back at 7 at night, they may drive a truck and a trailer in, park the trailer and truck, get in their personal vehicles and drive home. I think that's what was intended there. The physical running of skid steers, equipment, that's done by 6 p.m. every single day,
So
if not earlier.
Tonight, we heard a complaint about Saturday morning activity early. How early do you start on Saturday mornings? And is that the kind of stone mulch delivery truck traffic?
So 7:30 is when we start on Saturdays. I'm not going to say nothing's ever happened before that, but if it is, it needs to be brought to my attention and I can stop it. If there has been a delivery or two over the years, that's all it would be. Our operation does not start until 7:30 in the morning. My head of operations is here tonight. We have strict rules about when equipment can be started, and it's not until 7:30 in the morning. Now, again, trucks are coming in and out. My personal employees are coming, and they're getting they're moving themselves to get in their trucks, and then they leave the shop at 7:30. We don't have filling trucks. We don't have any equipment running before 7:30 a.m. And if we do, it's a rarity.
That's just in the summer months.
That's in the summer months, correct?
So in the November to April months, winter months?
As discussed in, I guess, the other plan commission meetings, we do run a snow management company. My trucks are the only trucks in and out. I don't allow any other companies to come onto my property. It's just my personal employees. The trucks, they would show up for the start of their shift. They would come back at the end of their shift. I do have trucks that would go back to pick up salt during the working hours of whatever, which I believe we are okay to do with under the guides of our CU. We do have rules about how we handle our lights, our flashing lights, our headlights when we're on property. And I make sure to enforce those rules because of the reasons that we're dealing with tonight. And I feel like my team has done a great job in that, or we would have gotten, you would have gotten calls or videos saying they've been in all night long, or they're doing this or banging all night long. It simply might happen periodically, but it's very few and far between.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments?
I have one. That's one of the things that is on my conditional questions. I guess it's written, all trucking associating with the filling, grading, and site restoration activities, and number 4 above, shall be restricted to only the following days and hours in any given week, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that covers an action that's a by right action, and it is done outside of MSTLC. It's done outside of the landscape operations. It's done outside of the conditional use permit. That's my construction of the tiers. That being said, Germantown's code is, I believe, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for noise. I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking for is reasonably to be 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. on Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. till 2 on Saturdays. If we need to get this filling done by October of 2025, a few months from now, the workday starts before 10 a.m. I'm not going to have any company want to come to my land if they can't bring their first truck to my land until 10 a.m. So I would respectfully ask that that would be changed to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. For the reasons I just stated.
And then on Saturday, what time?
7 a.m. until 2 p.m. And that's in a rare occasion when a company is working. We're at the mercy of those companies. I won't bring fill in from just anybody. We have, we do document our fill, and we know the company's bringing it in, and it's my property too. I want to make sure that I'm a good steward of it, and I won't just take it from anybody. I won't take dirty fill. I won't take contaminated fill. And so I see this 10 a.m. as a real detriment to even accomplishing what we're trying to set forth.
Can I ask a question? Matt, I'm going to bring up the slide. So this graphic is the revised site plan that was submitted since the April meeting, and it does show on the east side of the property. Can zoom into that. Couple of notes. There's the same note in the box that talks about ongoing grading activities, and that's the area within which you intend to restore to the original elevations as shown on the site plan.
Correct.
My question to you is, you must know or have a good idea at this point how much fill would be required to restore to those elevations, and knowing how many trucks you typically get in, are you going to be able to finish that work before October? And if you can't, with bringing in fill, are you able to move other dirt on the site around there to do what you intend to accomplish?
I guess standing here tonight, and in a lot of our conversations with the village engineer and yourself and your staff, a lot of what if questions have been asked of me. What if this happens? What if that happens? What if I don't know. I intended to have tier 2 done, and then the COVID pandemic hit and all construction shut down. So I feel like I was backed into a corner because I was just told that, well, you promised it would be done in 2019 or 2020 or whatever it was. And we have every intention of doing that. But I can't stand here and back myself into a corner. I can't see the future. And we're going to do everything we can to do it. And if it takes moving, or if it takes doing certain things, we have to address that at that time.
Right. I think what I'm getting at, what I know I'm getting at, is your willingness to do one or the other. Either agree to a locked in end date for the filling, and if it's not filled, at least restore the site to reasonable elevations that provide positive drainage. And it may not be exactly to the same pre-existing elevations, or commit to restoring the pre-existing elevations with whatever time it takes to do that, which I think the first option is what the residents want to hear. They want to know that there's a definitive end date in sight. And frankly, that would be the option that's reflected in the staff report, in the recommendation, that basically, you've got until November 1st to finish as much as the filling that you're showing you want to do to get done. And after that, it stops. And I think, I can't speak for the Plan Commission, but they're going to probably discuss it in a minute, whether or not adjusting the hours in order to help you accomplish that is the best thing to do. But my guess is they maybe be willing to alter some of those hours a little bit if they knew that the end date was the thing that was firm.
We are going to do everything in our power to make that the end date. I don't know what else to say. I don't know how to answer that question. That's our plan right now, is to have it done November 1st of 2025. Obviously, there's going to be FEMA's floodplain maps are going to be ratified at some point. And at that point, for sure, that there has to be an end date, right? nobody knows when that is, but well, we are going to do everything we can to have this done by the end of October.
Jeff, I can't find the language in here right now, but did I read in there that an engineer had provided the estimated date of November 1st or October 31st? And I'm wondering if they did. Is that your engineer that provided that date? And if so, why can you not commit to a date that your own engineer set for having it
Not
done?
sure about your actual words, but it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so I put on Evan Nicodem with Paris Survey and Engineering, 122 Wisconsin Street, West Bend. I put in the information for the erosion control permit, and it was a guessed on date back in January, and we were assuming that we were going to get that erosion control permit probably March, April. And here it is, we had submitted that stuff back in January. Here we are in June, still talking about it, still wondering if we can even get an erosion control permit. So the time frame continues to be compressed. So back in January, that looked like a reasonable date. But like Matt's saying today is, now we've compressed our time frame. We've lost 6 months. And we've lost longer than that because he, had stop work order last year. And because of that, again, the timeframes are compressed. So those times while they look good back in January, probably not reasonable today.
So what is reasonable today? If November 1 is not reasonable, what is reasonable?
I mean, like Matt said, the point is that at some point, there's going to be a floodplain that's going to be adopted. And when that adopted date is, we got to have things finished. Now, as Matt said, they're going to do everything in their power. I'm just the engineer. I can do what I can put things on paper, but ultimately Matt's got to take care of it. So if he's saying trucks aren't coming in as fast, and again, because that time frame's compressed, I mean, I'm assuming that the floodplain is going to be adopted in February, only based on what the county has told me of their thought of when it's going to be adopted. That doesn't mean it's going to be adopted on that date. That means they think it might be adopted on that date and sometime in February. So I'd throw out February, but Matt said he'd do everything he can to try to get it done by the end of October.
Yeah, and quite frankly, everybody in this room has heard me say before, be good neighbors. And quite frankly, I would not want to be living next to your site and having Phil come in at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. I wouldn't want that, nor on a Monday through Friday. So I think there's some wiggle room. At least I would not support that. Maybe 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. on 6 days a week. But there's got to be an end site. Mr. Warren and myself, we did visit your site. We spent some quality time there. I did not experience any issues relative to noise. I thought it was a very clean operation. Your foreman, I forgot his name, did a wonderful job showing everything to us, and I do appreciate that. We did see the sign. I believe we took photos of it on the fill. To your point, you only want clean fill, and we appreciate that. We did see the cameras and so forth. I think the building would go a long way. The additional asphalt and dust mitigation, I think those are all good things that are happening, i.e. being a good neighbor. But again, if the noise is there 7 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm not going to vote on that. I will vote no on it, because that's not being a good neighbor at all. So, and we're dealing with a lot of noise issues in our village with Waste Management, which is a neighbor of mine, because I'm in the southeast corner of Germantown. They've been a very good neighbor, but we're addressing some concerns with a family that lives right next there. We heard some things at the last village board meeting on outdoor venues for the establishments in our community about noise. And again, it's all about being a good neighbor. And if we can't get along, I got an issue with that. But those are just my comments. I'm going to open it up to my fellow commissioners. Yes, Josh.
I just have I guess, so the first question is the original CUP is staying in place how it is. Nothing's changing with that.
At this point, that's correct.
So this is the second,
This process doesn't involve a review of and/or proposed changes to the original conditional use permit. If the Plan Commission wants to initiate that process, you can direct staff to do so. There is a condition in the original CUP that specifically addresses that. It's a little wordy and it's a little legalese, but it basically says that if conditions are different than what were originally presented when the CUP was acted upon, the village has the right to bring Mr. Sieben back through the CUP process to review that, and if necessary, revise the CUP conditions accordingly. Typically, that doesn't happen very often with a conditional use permit, but if it does, it's because there's a very specific reason, an obvious change in the operation, different than what was originally presented.
so the conditional use permit for tonight that's on the table is strictly just covering the site plan and the addition of the building?
It's covering exclusively the encroachments into the wetland and setback areas, the wetland setback and the navigable waterway setback. That's all that conditional use permit is for.
Then
It allows
the building's a whole separate.
the building, the asphalt, and the actual storm basin, with the exception of the areas inside the setback areas, are subject to the site plan application.
Well, I'm having a hard time with it because if if the operation can't be granted any of these requests, then it's not gonna change from what it looks like today. Which, other than the noise, people have complaints about dust and things of that nature, so I feel like there's gotta be a push to, allowable push to get it done. And I think to appease the people's complaints, having a kill date on it or end date, and I know that that's impossible to predict what you're able to get, and I just think going like hell towards that is a good target, and getting that as the target, I don't see how it changes otherwise. If we don't allow them to progress any of it and keep finish off grading the Hilltop Road side, and it's not gonna change. He can by right just keep getting fill and let it trickle in for the next 8 years, right? There's nothing, we can't stop him from putting fill in
The only thing
other
that
side.
does.
We can control the hours.
The only thing that has an impact that potentially could stop the filling is the floodplain maps that we discussed. You know, right now, the current floodplain map on the left shows the floodplain ending at Hilltop Drive. The proposed floodplain map, the one on the right, shows the extent of the floodplain boundary across the Sieben property, and it's quite extensive. And so once the official floodplain maps are adopted, and as engineer Nicodem pointed out, it's likely to be February or spring of 2026, the floodplain boundary would be a limiting factor. Any further filling in there would trigger the need for Mr. Sieben to do a rather extensive engineering analysis to show that the filling he wants to do isn't going to increase the floodplain elevation elsewhere by, I think it's a tenth of a foot is the criteria. And so typically what I've seen in the past is those engineering analyses, frankly, are very cost prohibitive for, at this point, what's more of I'd like to fill my land and use it for something, but I don't know what yet. That would be an expensive exercise to go through, but that's something he can certainly choose to do at some point in the future. But it would be a limiting factor. He couldn't just go ahead and just keep filling.
So as the fill that's coming in more currently, the goal is gonna be to get that Hilltop side restored first before adding more to the.
Correct, yes.
avenues?
That's the first priority will be to fill restore the Hilltop to original to original.
Because is that the only part that stops according to the staff report, November 1? Is that like the whole operation doesn't cease on November 1? It's
Well, the wording is filling, grading, and site restoration activities in the area east of the proposed storm basin, as shown on the revised site plan as ongoing grading areas, shall be completed by November 1st. And again, that's the area. It's east of the stormwater basin, essentially east of that erosion fence that's shown as a solid line running north and south on the east side of the stormwater basin.
that is all I.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? Bill?
I get the button pushed here. Probably a little bit repetitive, but I'm still stuck on what trustee Warren was talking about. That we have the right to approve for merit or decline for cause, but in the end, if we vote no, we're doing nothing for the complaints of the citizens. And I think that's what you were saying. So the only opportunity we have is to add something to the site plan that gives some restriction. And the first suggestion is some kind of a date to at least be able to say back to the citizens that we've considered their pain and we've probably put a cap on it. But I don't actually know what happens to their complaints after November 1st if you're successful. So what happens to the operation then that will satisfy them?
Well,
You know what I mean?
If I could jump in,
Yeah.
the one, let's call it remedy that's out there is what we just covered. If the ongoing activity associated with the landscaping operation, the trucks bringing in stone or mulch, if that continues to be an issue, assuming it is, in terms of early morning noise and Saturday morning activity, board and the plan commission can ask to review the original CUP and the hours and days of operation that are in there to be more specific with regard to deliveries of stone and mulch and other things and address the noise situation in that way. If it's a hours of operation issue where the noise is too early, then bring Matt in and review the original CUP and the hours of operation that were approved under it for the landscaping operation.
Continue use permit, right? Well, I don't know which one.
Tell me what your stipulation is going to
If
be.
I want to say that we need to review after this fill work is done, that we want to review the hours of operation ongoing. Would that?
Yeah, I don't think you would make that specifically a condition of either approval, but it might be a direction to staff to initiate that process. If that's what you
I
wanna
would
do.
be satisfied with that.
Bill, it's not unlike what I mentioned when staff, we met with Waste Management, had a very good conversation with them. And I believe there's a process in place not only for all businesses where we could revisit the CUP and bring them in for discussion if there's concerns. And I can see that happening here.
Now, at the time, so the fill work is done. Right, so there we go, the truck stopped working, but there's no experience level to base a new set of hours on. I don't know if we should say, make it more complex here. We should say 60 days after that point, we review it.
Well, right now on page 20 of the packet, you're looking at number 11 and 12 where it addresses the end date of November 1, 2025. And I believe we heard from Matt and your engineer that in order to meet that timeline, you need expanded hours. And I think, Matt, you said 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday. And again, I'm only one vote here. I would not support that. I would probably go with 8 a.m. On both on 6 days a week, because we want you to have an end game on November 1. And because we want you to succeed, you're a business in our community. We want you to be successful, but we also are very mindful of the concerns of the neighbors.
Sure, and I could agree to that. That's, we would just have to work with our partners and make sure that, that those rules are known and that we would have to police that. So I would be agreeable to 8 AM rather than 7 AM. That would be fine.
Because if we didn't give expanded hours, the November 1 date of ending is at risk.
Goes out the window.
Right, I agree to that because of the things that my neighbors have said and understanding and trying to be willing to work with them. However, as the code itself is written, the hours that we can do that is really by right much longer. And so I just want that pointed out, but I am absolutely willing to work within this committee to try to accomplish the end goal, which we're all trying to get to together.
Okay. Further comments on we have a motion on the table and we're in discussion on the site development and building plans for the 5,200 square foot accessory building, which includes a lot of items to include the end date for the fill and also the time and dates associated with that. Mr. Warren.
So I don't want to sugarcoat this end date thing. Mr. Saban, it's not only the time frame, giving you more time, but those aren't your trucks coming in. You do not control those trucks. You are at the mercy of local construction projects that are going on here who know about that you're accepting fill and they come to you. You have no idea what their schedule is going to be or what their frequency is going to be. And I heard you say you're going to do everything you can, but there's only so much that you can do. You're at the mercy of the work that's going around in this area and these trucks coming to you. So if there's no trucks coming, there's nothing you can do about it. So I think us focusing on this magic date here is just a fallacy. I mean, let's get that straight. He does not have control of that.
Well, he does have control if the condition is adopted as is, excuse me, Bob, for stopping on that particular date.
We have that control.
Right. And I think Matt's committed to that. My only question at this point is condition number 12, which reads, all trucking associated with the filling, grading, and site restoration activities. It says in number 4, but it should be number 11 above, shall be restricted to only the following days and hours in any given week. Right now it reads Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The changes we need to make are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Was that agreed to tentatively?
I don't think it was agreed to. I think that was just some proposed days and times thrown out there by Matt.
All right,
We're discussing that now. So.
I would just ask if in your motion, you could address any revisions to number 12 to include changing the words number 4 to number 11 in there, and whatever the hours and days you want to make.
Bridget?
So I also work in the construction industry, and we do see a lot of work happening, especially recently, in November and December. I think that we could work together with this particular applicant, give him a November 1st date, and potentially do sort of a good faith review of that on November 1st. Say he's got, back up a little bit. What I think would help everybody is to have a stop date of November 1st, but also an opportunity for a 60-day extension to cover the months of November and December of, has he been a good neighbor? Has he done the things that we've asked them to? Have we had complaints? Basically giving him the opportunity to capitalize on those last 2 months of the year before the ground freezes, before we have the winter conditions where filling really isn't possible, where construction really comes to a complete halt. So I think by ending things on November 1st, giving a date, giving a focus time of, get your stuff done, be a good neighbor, do these things. And in return, we could help you out by potentially giving you a 60-day extension on this process. I think that does two things. It addresses the immediate issues that we're hearing of noise and control and timing and things like that, but also allows, if there is a project that's coming late November, that you could capitalize on getting that fill and getting your project done.
Bridget, could I ask a question? How do we deal with establishing grass or some other growth for erosion control purposes if we're filling into November and December?
You'd still have that problem at November 1st. Typically, your growing season ends in early October, and maybe Josh could be a better understanding of when that date has been lately. But we tend to see a lot of projects do go through the winter season. There are some matting and some erosion control procedures you can do to protect the ground to keep it in place, especially in those winter seasons. We do have a lot of projects that end in inconvenient growing times.
Okay, we're on the item of, where are we? Site development and building plan for a 5,200 square foot accessory building. And there are 11 items there. And we're going to be based, or 12, changing number 4 in item 12 to, I believe, 11.
Correct.
And then modifying on 12, item A, Monday through Friday, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., along with a 60-day extension.
Would that 60-day extension be approved by staff or need to come back to Plan Commission?
I don't know.
I guess I would suggest Plan Commission making the call. In October, we can have it scheduled on the Plan Commission agenda. We have a sense of where things are at that point in time.
What does the applicant think of that?
I think that's agreeable.
And then also, if this does get approved, we always have had the opportunity to bring the applicant back with staff to talk about any concerns that they may have with the neighbors. So further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? That motion carries. We are now on to item, or the next action item, which is the conditional use permit to allow encroachment into a 25-foot wetland and 75-foot navigable waterway setback as presented. Jeff, do you have any further comments on that?
No, other than the staff recommendation is to approve with 4 conditions.
Great. I'll entertain a motion on that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have discussion? Yes, Josh.
Maybe a question for Bob or Bridget, but it's to address what the concerns are about encroaching into the wetland setback. Is there, what negative impact into the setback? Like, I would understand if you filled in the wetland, but do you know, is there some engineer's calculation to figure out what detriment that has on the process?
Setback just provides more of a buffer for your wetlands, basically.
So to encroach on the setback isn't
It's,
killing aquatic life or?
well, it could, but it's not as critical as if you're in a delineated wetland. Right, Bridget?
And I can add to that. So the buffer is intended to make sure that you have a buffer between your hard surface and your wetlands, so your water storage area. Typically, you see wetlands setback encroachments with buildings or hard surface or parking lots, and then you don't have a vegetative buffer to filter out some of the sediment that comes off of those surfaces. In this case, we're looking at a grassed area or green space, and that's not really a generator of sediments or things that you don't want to get into your wetland. But you still have that vegetative buffer in that area. It just gets disturbed for a brief period of time while you're doing the grading operations.
Yeah, just as a review, it should be pointed out that not all communities have these sorts of setback requirements. I would venture a guess when it was adopted by the village in the early 2000s that the intention was to not necessarily rely solely on the DNR regulation that pretty much allows you to go right up to a wetland boundary with your disturbance. And we know that that's not feasible in all cases. So the village adopted a special setback to make sure that if you encroached in there, you provided some additional protection. And that's what it's all about.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 6, new business. Item A, Ken Frank, agent for Home Path Financial LP, and Maruson, I apologize if I didn't mispronounce that, Family Farm LLC, property owner, rezoning application to create the Sutton Farm Planned Development District and rezone 88.3 acres from the A1 Agricultural District into the Sutton Farm PDD and a preliminary subdivision plat for an 88.3 acre residential neighborhood comprised of 171 single-family units and 102 multifamily units located at the northeast corner of Lannon Road and County Line Road in the Lannon Gateway neighborhood. I'll turn it over to Jordan.
All right, thanks, Mr. President. Good evening, Plan Commission. As you mentioned, give me 1 second. All right, as you mentioned, this is a planned development district and preliminary subdivision plat submitted by Home Path Financial on behalf of Moorhusen Farm, Family Farm LLC, the property owner. And this is a request for a 273 unit subdivision, which we'll get into a bit further. Here's the location of the property, 88.3 acres, currently zoned A1. At the corner of County Line Road, Highway Q, and Lannon Road, County Highway Y. As you can see, the property here looking east. A little bit of background on Moorhusen Family Farm. Again, 88 acre site, A1 zoning. There was a development proposal, some of you might be aware or remember, in 2022 that was ultimately withdrawn. The development at the time was submitted under the 2020 land use plan designation of the property being commercial and industrial office. At the time, it did include industrial buildings and high density multifamily residential. That was withdrawn ultimately, and since that time, the village, as you know, adopted the 2050 comprehensive plan, changing the designation for the site to the Lannon Gateway neighborhood, which designates single family and multifamily uses as desirable. So some highlights here: 273 total dwelling units, 171 of those single family, 102 of those attached townhomes, 3.1 dwelling units per acre overall density, 5.8 dwelling units per acre net density. There's about 32% of the proposal that is open space, or 28 acres. There's a variety of housing types that we'll get into. They were shown in the packet, but we'll get into in some slides here upcoming. The proposal does include 3 public access points. 1 proposed to Lannon Road, County Highway Y, 2 to County Line Road, County Highway Q. And public water and sanitary sewer is proposed to serve the site. I won't go through all these, but the PDD, the Planned Development District, the developer submitted it to basically flex some of the underlying districts that they're proposing, RS7 single family and the RM2 multifamily district. Some of the requests to deviate from the underlying standards are up on the screen, and we're also listed in the packet. And then for the PDD densities, the RS7 district and RM2 district specifically, you can see on the screen, meets the maximum allowed. Few amenities proposed with it. The applicant and developer have proposed to preserve 10 acres of existing woodland area. Again, the open space, 32% comprised within the overall 100% of the site. Pedestrian trails included, roughly an acre central park shown on the site plan. Other sidewalks throughout the property for the public streets, perimeter buffer landscaping, and also you'll note that the developer has been in discussions with staff and is showing a future well site that could be utilized by the village. Site plan, a little hard to see on screen. We can come back to it. Included in the packet, it shows the clustering and the different housing types and the terminology associated with those housing types. And I can have the developer answer questions about the site plan and the layout further. The rezoning plan, this shows the RS7 underlying district area and then the RM2 district area being requested for those attached townhomes or the multifamily units. Preliminary subdivision plat. The applicant did submit a preliminary plat along with this planned development district at this time concurrently. There's 157 lots proposed for single family residential area and also 2 lots for the multifamily or attached townhomes, which ultimately would require separate condominium plats in the future be submitted to the village along with site plan to be reviewed by a plan commission and the village for approval. There are 4 phases depicted. I'll get to the phasing plan in a second. No specific start date identified by the applicant though at this time for those phases. Here's a subdivision plat laid out with the streets, the public streets, and then also we can get into discussions about the multifamily area later. Phasing plan, as I mentioned, there's 4 phases proposed. The brown or red area is the multifamily area, and those are supposed to be looped in, my understanding, with phase 1 and phase 2 as they go. But again, there's not specific dates being proposed at this time for those phases. Some of the more detailed improvements, as I mentioned, the 3 public access points, public streets serving the single family areas. There is a private drive proposed to serve the multifamily area. Also, utilities and stormwater management. The public water mains and sanitary sewer facilities will be extended west from the southeastern corner of the site through the development. There is a private sanitary lift station as well and a force main proposed to serve the multifamily area. I'll get into some comments from our village engineer and I can have the developer touch on that proposal as well. 5 stormwater detention basins are proposed to handle stormwater and runoff from the site. Some landscaping, there is a perimeter 30-foot wide landscape buffer required around the development. Again, the central park is being proposed, the woodland area I mentioned, pedestrian paths, sidewalks, open space, street trees will be required as well. And then also the well site that I mentioned earlier. There are also 3 neighborhood signs proposed for essentially identifying the development, and they're shown in the landscape plan at those 3 access points for that subdivision signage. There were some numbers run by staff and put in the staff report. Just to touch on it briefly, there was a table in the report, but the annual property tax revenue approximately would be $662,000 to the village, and also a one-time impact fee revenue. If you calculate all the impact fees for the units being proposed, you could calculate them to be roughly $2.3 million. Here's a landscape plan that was included in the packet of the access points. So getting into architecture, the product images and elevations, there's 4 different types of structures and products per stepping stone portfolio proposed. One is the flagship series, 44 single family ranch, 2-story homes ranging in square footage, as you can see on the screen, with 2- and 3-car garages. And those are on the larger lots, and they do range from $675,000 to $800,000 in terms of the price point. There's a pathway series, which is a terminology used by Stepping Stone Homes in their own portfolio. So that's a specific type of single family product that they put out there. There's 99 single family pathway series homes proposed, 2-story homes ranging in the square footage about 1,500 to 2,500 square feet with 2- and 3-car attached garages as well. Price points on those is expected to be about $500,000 to $550,000. Here's some renderings and images of that product. You saw these probably back in January too, or if you were at the commission meeting at that time. There are 28 paired ranch villas. They're termed by the developer, proposed, smaller in size, 1,200 square foot with 2- and 3 bedrooms and 2-car attached garages. And those sale points will be roughly 475,000 to 550,000. Here's some image of the villas. And then finally, the attached town houses or town homes, 102 condominium style 2-story homes with basement level 2-car garages. And they range in size as well in terms of the square footage. And these will be mostly closer to Lannon Road, or I'm sorry, County Line Road, as you saw in the site plan, stretching 2 areas of the overall development site. The price points on those are roughly 450,000 to 500,000 according to the applicant. Here's some images. I have a few of them that the applicant proposed. So first one here with the rendering, and then also I do have some front and rear type renderings as well. So those are some of the images to show the attached townhomes. Staff comments. Again, this is part of the Lannon Gateway neighborhood. Single family, multifamily uses listed as desirable. The proposal is at the acceptable residential use density per the long range plan as well. You can see the dwelling units per acre on the screen. That's allowed per the 2050 plan. Proposed uses, or I'm sorry, the PDD conditions and restriction documents. So there will be moving forward, there would be a planned development district specific resolution adopting conditions and restrictions, basically guiding and requiring the aspects of the development as proposed that would ultimately be considered by village board prior to adopting that resolution. There would be final platting, construction plans, development agreement, site plans, and building permits required as well. Couple more slides here. So Public Works Village Engineer had a couple memos in the staff report or the staff report attachments. A couple ones to hit on were some discussions that the engineering and the Department of Public Works have had with the applicant and engineer regarding the proposed private road and private sanitary lift station. We can get into further discussion with the applicant and their engineer, but some of the comments and basically what the engineer is recommending that further discussion and information be provided regarding financial guarantee and maintenance of those private facilities prior to any adoption of a development agreement or final approval by engineering. And finally, for staff comments, Village Forester had a couple comments included in the packet that the applicant has acknowledged. We are waiting on the Wisconsin Department of Administration for any of their comments on the plat as their objecting agency. And so we're waiting to hear from them on their comments at this time. And then finally, Washington County Highway Department and Waukesha County DPW, they have jurisdiction. One has jurisdiction over Lannon Road, the other over County Line Road. And they are reviewing the traffic impact analysis that was included in the study and the traffic control improvements that are proposed. So we did put in a condition subject to final acceptance from those entities. So with that, the recommendations for the plat and the plan development district by staff are to approve. The PDD motion is recommended with 3 conditions listed in the packet, and the preliminary subdivision plat has 9 conditions that staff had included in the packet. So with that long-winded presentation, it's a public hearing. So should have changed that to 4-minute on the slide, sorry. But there's 4-minute time frame for speakers. But before that, if you have any questions or if you wanted the applicant to address anything initially before that public speaking section, now would be the time. I know Ken Frank with Home Path is here.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Ken Frank, Director of Acquisition Development, Home Path Financial. Thank you, staff. That was a very detailed, good presentation. I just wanted to add or expand on a few things. Some stuff that was brought up in the concept hearing that we had a while back. Rentals were brought up. I'll reiterate again, this is not marketed as a rental project. It's not intended to be a rental project. We fully anticipate there will be some rentals in there. We think probably around maybe 15%, but that's not the purpose of the project. That's not the business that we're in. So this is generally a for sale product that we're marketing here. We tried to do our best to address some of the comments about getting community feedback. We had a community forum a while back. A lot of comments came out of that. Some of the comments that we did try to address, we did reduce the lot count by 10 units. We increased the buffer effectively all the way around the site. In fact, I think we meet the 30-foot everywhere with the exception of one, lot 155. That's a quirky kind of corner lot. So there's one area that we do not meet the full 30-foot around the perimeter of the site. We did increase the open space. I think part of what you're seeing here is the lots are a little consolidated to generate open space. So I call it a bit of a cluster type project, right? So your lots are a little bit smaller, but your open space, it generates more common open space. Again, 30%, we think that's a good number for a ratio for open space. And I think that's about it. Jordan, you did mention something about the private lift station. That is for a portion of that multifamily in the southwest corner. And it's driven strictly by the bedrock, and the depth of the bedrock there. So what we are proposing is, as well as the private driveways, the lift station would be, again, private. It would be part of the conditions, covenants, and restrictions for all the multifamily units. That would be part of their budget to maintain that. It would be their responsibility to establish a capital reserve fund to long-term maintenance or replacement of that. And it'll be spread out, even though it only serves the southwest corner, we've spread that cost over all the multifamily units because obviously more units to spread the cost over makes it a little more palatable. So that will be defined in the declarations, the deed restrictions, things of that nature. So other than that, questions, our planners or engineers here. So any questions you might have or else you'd be happy to take them.
Bob?
Just a specific question relative to that private lift station. It's always a concern for the village, maintenance of that, making sure there's enough money to maintain it. A lot of times these things end up being inherited by the village. Has this design been brought to the attention of our sewer group?
Yeah, that's one of staff's comments on there. In addition to the funding mechanisms within the CCRs, there's also a mechanism in there that allows the village to assess charges if they have to come in and do any work on it. I know not something you guys want to do, but we've done this in the past for private utilities, and there is a provision that is in the covenants and restrictions that allows you to assess.
So the excavation of rock, is that prohibitive?
It is. It is. I mean, that is probably the main driving factor for all the infrastructure on this site is that rock.
Okay.
Because it's just not practical to get into that.
Welcome to Germantown.
Yes, it is a challenge.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions of the applicant? Bob?
Few questions on some of the changes that were requested related to our code. One thing I'm curious about is the request to decrease the maximum number of dwellings on a unit. So you're actually making it more restrictive, but then your request to reduce the lot size as well from 10,000 down to 7,315, I believe it was. I'm just wondering if we're decreasing the density, why would we need to reduce the lot size unless maybe there's a few lots that are going to be under the 10,000, and if so, can you tell me how many are going to be?
Joe, maybe you can get more into the details of the counts.
I can, and really what there's a number of reasons why we wanted to make the lots a little bit smaller in some places and larger in other places. Partly is because of the engineering of the site and wanting to make sure that we had minimal impact on the site. Because of the bedrock, there's a couple of tree lines that we wanted to preserve. Plus, we wanted to preserve the maximum amount of buffering around the site. So even though we're asking for a density overall of like 3 units an acre, which is well below, we are setting aside 32% of the site as open space to buffer from everything. And part of that buffer that's really important is that it is in common maintenance, so that it isn't as part of somebody's backyard, so that it's always perpetually maintained in a consistent way. It doesn't become a playground. It doesn't become a place to put grass clippings. It's always part of the common open space. The other part of that is an item 1 on the staff comments, and as part of the restrictions, minimum 30-foot. We can easily provide a 30-foot buffer that would be in common along the west side of the duplex area. However, the 30-foot buffer on the north side of the farmstead homes, we don't want to provide a spite strip, which would be essentially a 30-foot buffer that would block any future access to those. If they wanted to subdivide, not in our lifetimes or anybody's lifetime, but maybe in the life of the city, in the village, 50 years from now, if they wanted to subdivide the lot, they'd have access to the public street. So that was important to us to kind of think about the long-term, how we knit together with the community.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering why normally if you decrease the number of dwelling units per acre, that's going to cause the lot size to go up as opposed to requesting that we reduce the minimum. One other quick question. You also have several requests to reduce the minimum dwelling size in the homes. You're actually increasing the minimum from our minimums. I mean, if you're going to exceed our minimums, I'm just curious as to why we would need to increase our minimums.
Well, that's based on our portfolio, Home Path and Stepping Stone's portfolio of homes. So a minimum size of the home is 1,450 square feet, whereas the minimum is 1,200. Again, when we're working with variations to underlying zoning, we want to make sure that we're asking for some relief in areas, but then we're also kind of giving back in some areas. We do want to keep it a range. So right now, the 1,450 square feet for a single family home is pretty typical. It's actually on a small size, 2 bathrooms, living room, family room. It's once you start adding that all up, the standard today, that's pretty small. Your standard is 1,200 square feet. Who's to say in 10 years that 1,200 square feet is going to be the modern way of living? So we also want to keep it a range. But what we're proposing now is 1,450 minimum. You're welcome.
Further questions of the applicant before we get into the public hearing? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now moving over to the public hearing. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located at N112W17001 Mequon Road, Germantown, Wisconsin, and virtually through the WebEx platform on the following date and at a time noted below. Monday, June 9th at 2025, 6:30 p.m. or later. The purpose of said hearing is to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents, for or against, number 1, the creating a planned development district, zoning district, for 88.3 acres property described below, with underlying RS7 single family and RM2 multifamily residential zoning districts. And number 2, rezoning the properties described below from the A1 agricultural zoning district to the newly created PDD zoning district for the purpose of developing a residential subdivision comprised of approximately 275 residential dwelling units. The applicant is Home Path Financial, LP agent for the Morrison Family LLC and Ditmore Realty Inc. property owners. And the property is 88.3 acres located at the northeast corner of Lannon Road and County Line Road, intersecting tax parcels GTN V323-995 323-986 and 323-987. Would anybody like to come forward to speak tonight for or against the items? And again, we have a four-minute clock. Good evening and welcome.
Okay, when I was reading, I don't know much about the land development, but I'm very disappointed in the first approval of our planning commission. But in Germantown, I did some research on the land and a previous thing by a planning commission up to 2000, and they seem very intelligent on their characteristics of our land here. And in Germantown, land use is to be sound and realistic guide to the making of decisions concerning development of an area. It should be based on careful consideration of the land use pattern and characteristics of the land itself. And we're also looking at effect on the school system. And we haven't even had that survey yet, have we? That you said was going to happen. Okay, because we were supposed to understand that a little more. This plan includes what it says, high-density apartments. And what I'd like to know is what's it going to cost the taxpayer? Germantown is characteristic, they're limiting the land here is for flooding. They have high groundwater and shallow depth to bedrock. And I don't know much about that at all, but I looked it up. Bedrock, when it says shallow depth to bedrock, it also affects the ability of an area to be developed economically with public sanitary sewer services because of the added cost in laying sewer mains in bedrock. I don't know if that's an issue with this project. When he mentioned bedrock, it seems it might be. And is that going to cost our village a lot of extra money to put mains in? I don't know. But the major objective of citizens in a neighborhood is to accommodate safe, healthy home life and associated with a project. And it just seems like these boards we have, the public comes here, I've come here, I don't know how long, and we've given our opinion, and it doesn't feel like it matters in most of the issues. And I'm real disappointed in that. But I think this project should be having neighborhood meetings. The people should be included more than just this looking at statistics on a board. That's not enough for the average person. And they want to see what's going to happen here. What's it going to cost Germantown taxpayers? Mine already went up because these boards said no to certain things. And I don't want to see this now, us having to pay for things. If a developer wants to come in, he should pay for everything that happens with this project and not put it on the backs of the village of Germantown. And I'm suggesting a lot more meetings with the public and neighborhood meetings. The old Planning Commission recommended planned unit development, which means that the citizens are exposed more, not just coming up and complaining, but we should be allowed to ask questions. Us should ask the questions also when we're paying for these projects. So that's all I'm saying. I just think we've got to start getting a little smarter and having the people on the boards work with us a little bit better than I think they have been. So thank you very much.
Lynn, can we get the glasses back?
Oh,
For
yes.
trustee?
Thank you. Mine broke and I borrowed his.
Thank you for your comments. And I do want to, I do not want to get into a discussion back and forth, but I do want to clarify a couple things. We will hear later tonight from our school board president, who's a commissioner on the Plan Commission, about the impact, if any, to our school districts. Also, there are no high density apartments included in this project. And finally, this project is fully paid for by the developer. TID financing is not being used, and village costs impact the taxpayers, as you heard, is $662,000 year over year in tax revenue and $2.3 million in impact fees. So I think it's a win-win. So would anybody else like to come forward tonight, either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, my name's Jerry Siegel. I live at North 96, West 20912 County Line Road, 53017. Now, they're proposing 99 pathway homes. In Wisconsin, this comes right straight from the state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, pathway home refers to a variety of programs that help people transition out of homelessness into a stable, permanent housing. These programs also involve a combination of housing assistance and supportive services and case management to ensure individuals can maintain long-term housing. They also go into depth in here saying that it's specifically designed for people who are coming out of prison, who are chronic addicts, mental health problems. If they want to use the term pathway home, I suggest that they do a little more looking into what a pathway home actually is when you refer to it in real estate, because it opens up Germantown to a lot of elements. And as I read through this, and as my wife has read through it, and she works in HUD housing, WIDA, she's the one that found all of this through her work. So if the residents in Germantown don't want pathway homes, I'm not saying people don't deserve a chance for a house. It's a single family dwelling is what's out in the area, and this is what the people want. It doesn't seem like the developing is not listening. So do research, make sure you know what you're getting into before you use the term pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come forward either for or against? And we'll hear from the applicant when we get into the action items. So good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tim Johnson. I live at North 90, West 20512 Hillview Drive. I am in Menominee Falls. I am just south of Highway Q and Lannon. I am against the proposed development as it stands. I want to make it clear I'm not opposed to developing that land, but I do not feel it fits the area or the homes that already exist. And I also kind of feel it's a little bit of a sticky situation, considering it has a very good buffer for keeping most Germantown residents away from it. There are very few Germantown residents that are going to be directly affected compared to a slightly more number of Menominee Falls residents. And I don't know how the numbers have come. I do know I live on a acre, just over an acre lot. We have larger than 1,200 foot home or 1,400 foot square foot home. And our property was valued at around $450,000. So I don't know where these numbers of small quarter acre lots compared to 1,400 foot homes are fetching $450,000 plus. And I have dealt with or debated recently on Nextdoor, one of the village trustees from District 1, who threw out numbers that coming here have realized they're, where I guess shots in the dark or something to that effect, where he was saying, you know, nobody's going to pay $500,000 for a full acre lot that's next to a power plant. I personally think there should be some room for compromise on the size to make it fit the area a little better. I don't see a reason why starting at 1 acre or half acre lots closer to the power plant with a buffered zone, and I even threw up the idea of, or suggested to him, you know, you can do a double or triple staggered line of pine trees starting at 20 foot that are going to grow over the years. We have over 40-foot pine trees on our property, which work as fantastic privacy, you know, curtains as you would. So I just don't see why there can't be some kind of, you know, compromise as to what is going there. Not to mention, in total, 273 homes you figure that's going to be two people at the cost of those aren't single person homes. Those are family homes. That's 2 cars per unit at least, with the possibility of, with children and growing in time, upwards of 4 or 5 cars per unit. That throws on that little corner, minus the public areas in that acreage, an extra anywhere from 550 all the way up to 1,000 or more vehicles right there, which I don't want to bring it up as it will positively happen. But, you know, there is to be thought of when you have visitors and kids and teenagers, how that's going to affect crime in the area as far as just going around in neighborhoods, breaking into cars, vandalism, stealing small things out of yards, or even full-on home invasion when people find out things. I mean, as citizens of a different village in a different county, it just seems like this is a perfect place to put a large, densely populated, actually closer to urban situation than a more rural, where the Germantown reaps a lot of benefits, but the next door neighbor has to deal with it as well. And if you're going to, you know, want to be a good neighbor, I see it to be where if you can say as a person, yes, I'm okay with this being here, the surrounding residents, then it's time to move forward. But if most of the residents don't really, if they have to think about moving or consider it or actually do it because they're worried, then it's not the best idea. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight, just either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Darcel Eli. I live North 96, West 19866 County Line Road, right where that nice little gray area is on the map. I'd like to, first of all, thanks Mr. Retzloff for all of the help that he has given me. I've been to his office twice. He has taken care of both of my concerns every time I've been there. One of my biggest concerns was the communication with the group. Mr. Frank at that meeting was asked by Mr. Retzloff, had the 3 families that lived there receive letters? He said yes. We said no, because we did not get any. And then he said, well, we'd be willing to talk to them. I said, okay. I got up, I pointed to the map. I said, I'd like to talk about my lot line. At that time, David Bowden said, this isn't the place to talk about that. So I said, okay, great. Maybe they'll contact me. They had not. I said, okay. Went to the main meeting, talked to Eva, asked her a bunch of questions, whatever. Had some concerns. She took my telephone number down. She was going to check on some stuff for me. Told me that somebody didn't get some letters we were looking at. She was going to give me the name of the people who we were going to talk about, because she probably sent out all the letters, but some people just didn't get them. So, okay, never heard anything else after that. Went to Mr. Ritzloff's office. He turned around and called them. And then about, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks later or so, I got another letter or an email from Woody, who was very in the letter. He says, we appreciate your coming to the open house on March 3rd. Thanks for voicing some of your concerns. We're in the process of altering the plans to accommodate many of your issues. Well, I guess that's very interesting, because I didn't get to tell anybody my issues. I didn't get to talk to anybody about most of the things that I wanted, other than when I said my lot line. Then I asked Woody if he could please call me. He said yes, and he did. He was very helpful. He was very professional. He was very nice. However, I still don't agree with this. I did go look at the site over on Town Line Road. The houses are beautiful. What they built was beautiful. If they brought those homes over by us, and just those homes, that would be absolutely fine with me. Not that many, but that still would be nice. I'm very concerned about the communication, though, about that. My product, I did send you guys the letter and the maps of my stuff. I just drove from Kansas to be here. So anyways, they want to put, I think, about 34 or so if I can remember correctly, something like that, what he said. Attached homes directly next to my property. I remember Bridget at the meeting saying, where are you going to put the visitor parking? And so I'm like, okay, well, where are they going to put this visitor parking? And try to figure out where that is. And so I went and I dug all the way through these maps to find out that the visitor parking is going to go along the east side of my property. So they're talking about the noise on cue. I don't care about the noise on cue, to be honest. Oh, I better hear the noise on cue, to be absolutely honest with you. But I am boxed in. I got queue in front of me, a road in the back, the private road to the left. But they're telling me that they're going to put a buffer there, so everything should be okay. So I just guess, things constantly change. I guess I'd go back and ask about the rental properties. Mr. Frank says they're not rental properties. If you look at their website, they are rental. They are AHO for money, to gain money. This is my bottom line. I truly believe that this company is probably great home builders, no problem. But I believe that they're using this site also to benefit their property and to gain money because they're going to get the rentals and they're going to also get the AHO. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight, either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, Tammy Schneider, Lannon Road. Before I begin, I know that some people submitted comments, and I hope that before you vote, you will read those out loud because they weren't here to attend. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. As we welcome new leadership with a fresh president, commissioners, and trustees, I understand that not everyone may be fully aware of the community's previous concerns regarding the proposed development at the corner of our neighborhood. Let me be clear, we are not opposed to development, and we understand the need for it. We believe in progress, but we believe that progress should be balanced with long-term vision and genuine community input, one that regards the character of our neighborhood, the integrity of our environment, and the well-being of the residents that currently live here. We believe that a development of 60 to 100 single-family owner-occupied homes would be a responsible compromise. That is not resistance to development, it is reason. We are not demanding a stop to development. We are asking for the development that aligns with the character of our neighborhood and offers housing stability, not transience in rentals. He did answer some of my questions, but I'll kind of go through them. One was, how does the plan differ from the previous one? And basically, I just saw a reduction of 10 units, and I don't think that is enough for this area. The results of the neighborhood meeting, he really kind of glossed over what they were because it's traffic, it's noise, it's lights, it's way too much density, emergency service strains, garbage all over, wildlife habitat, and none of those things I don't feel were addressed. Talked about 15% of the area being rentals, which I'm glad he finally presented us with a number, but I think that is far too much. Physical buffers, they seem to be mainly grass and some scattered trees, and I don't believe that is enough in a 30-foot area, especially where my house is. They have the road coming right out to it, and I'm going to be flooded with lights. If they move that road, or the road on Lannon Road just south, I don't know, 30 feet, there's no houses there. It's a big field. I think that would be an ideal place. It would provide goodwill and an easy adjustment in my mind. I have concerns for the provisions of the long-term upkeep, the retention pond maintenance, invasive plant control, particularly in the retention ponds, dead tree replacement, trash collection, and road safety. And crucially, which they don't have the numbers yet, is how will an additional 400 to 500 cars safely and efficiently exit the development onto both County Line and Lannon Road? It seems that the current design will risk many people making U-turns into the crossovers, and we already have enough accidents there. He mentioned a space for the village site well. I know that Germantown tested a well site in that field not too many years ago, and it ran one of the neighboring wells dry, and the village had to reimburse that neighbor for the problem. So I don't know what is happening with this sudden well thing again, but you know that happened, or look into your records. Something he didn't mention was blasting. At the neighborhood meeting, they told many of us that they would be blasting because of all the bedrock. And how is that going to affect our wells, our septic, and our foundations? Please think of that as this goes forward. And then water runoff. The catch basins on the street are lower than the street grade, and a bunch of debris and runoff is spilling into my yard. Washington County is still investigating this, but until it's resolved, more impervious surfaces will only worsen the problem. So finally, we're not against development. We're for thoughtful, respectful growth of single-family owner-occupied homes. We ask that you see this as a compromise and come to the same table with us. At this point, I ask the Plan Commission to vote no to this development and rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight to either speak for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Hello, everybody. Scott Schrader. I'm at N96, W19602 County Line Road. I'm on the property map that was displayed earlier. I'm just a little guy way in the southeast. So one of the recurring concerns that's been mentioned by a lot of folks here is density and maintaining sort of a similar theme with the existing residences around. I believe I am the only adjacent property that's under an acre right now. I'm already the little guy, and compared to what's being proposed in here, I would be the biggest of the little guys. As others have stated, there's been repeated requests for consideration of a larger average lot, even if it was approaching half an acre. On 88 acres here, if it was fully utilized, what does that work out to? 170 or so homes, as opposed to the 270 or so that are proposed. I'd urge the Planning Commission to take that into consideration. As the plan exists now, I'd also urge everyone to review the protest petitions that were submitted before the previous meeting, noting that existing and adjacent homeowners had near unanimous opposition, as is right now. And I imagine that would probably change if density was reduced in line with other requests. Separately, Tammy set me up really perfectly for this one. There was a mention of having to potentially blast, especially for putting in water, sewer, utilities, et cetera. Since the extension of water and sewer is currently just to the east of my lot, and the revised plan has it going up my eastern lot line and across my north lot line, I'd really love to know exactly where you're planning to put that, just so I have a better idea of how close you're going to be to my foundation when those charges go off. And I know there's a process for that and notification and such. Anyway, to avoid rambling on, main concerns are density and what might be happening there with utilities and placement. With that, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight to either speak for or against? Good evening and welcome.
My name is Roger Buck. I live on County Line Road across the street on Menominee Falls from this development. I've lived there 60 years, and personally, I would like you to let it remain agricultural, but I don't think that's going to happen. Most of the time today, I look out my front window and watch the sandhill cranes in the field out there where the corn is starting to grow. I doubt you're going to approve, let it remain agricultural, and I know that's not realistic, but if we do go forward with it, I would definitely like to see something compatible with the surrounding area. Decent sized lots, owner occupied homes only, none of the rentals. Something that is very compatible with everything around there. The other thing I noticed, and that I hadn't heard before about this, was the idea of that well being in there and what that would do. Everybody surrounding that has that their own personal wells. A village well in that area could be devastating to those personal wells. That's a big point that has to be considered. I mean, if you did start siphoning off our wells, that would be a lawsuit against the village automatically, I can tell you. The other thing, when we went to that first meeting on this, it was kind of expected that this was going to be a low-income development, and the village was looking for a place to put a low-income development. Well, when I saw the 450,000, 500,000, I don't consider that in the ballpark at all of a low-income development. And I assumed that's what the village was looking to get into this area, but that's not going to happen with this plan. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Would anybody else like to come forward, either speak for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. So you as the Plan Commission, the new Plan Commission, have an opportunity to rectify something that has been a problem for a number of years. And that, of course, is to do with the neighborhood meetings not occurring and not completing the actual 2050 plan. There are at least 4 areas, maybe 5, that need these neighborhood meetings and a workshop. I went to the March meeting, and I can tell you that I made 3 comments to several people, and none of those things have changed in the presentation. One was that the existing houses, have more of a buffer area around them, and if you're going to put 30 feet buffer between the street and the new houses, you should at least accommodate the existing people who are there today and have another 30 feet as a buffer, and not have roads or townhouses backing up to their property and being able to look into their bedroom windows. That's just wrong, not neighborly. Another thing that is in there is that was not addressed was lowering the density. I'm guessing that the reason the density went down was because of the rock, not necessarily because they wanted to reduce the numbers of units. I took a look at what the surrounding areas are, which is in the presentation, which was very good. So thank you about that. There are A1, A2 agriculture, and agricultural residential. There's RS2, and that is a minimum of a 2-acre lot. And this is in Germantown, of course. I didn't look at Menominee Falls. And the per acre number is half of a house per acre for that RS2. Okay, so what they're asking for is a change to the RS7, which is quite a bit different to the RS2 and the A2, which is residential. And this is another thing that was not really dealt with in the 2050 plan. It was ignored, and that is about buffering and making transitions from one type of use to the next type of use, and having a policy about it within the village, and a way that through workshops and discussions with residents, not just 3 or 4 minutes in a meeting like this, where you make your point and you don't actually have a discussion, but coming to an agreement about what is the nature of a buffer, what is the nature of the kinds of land uses that are acceptable beside existing land uses when it's residential. I mean, this has happened a number of times, and all of the little hot spots where people come to meetings are because of this issue. How do you make that transition? It has not been addressed. So going from an RS2 to an RS7 modified seems like a big jump in the area. It's a whole context thing. There are too many townhouses on this layout for that reason. And I think this plan commission and this new village board has an opportunity to rectify this. Let's see, what else was I going to say? Yes, it's more urbanized. We're showing something that probably should be at the Mequon and Pilgrim Road location, because that's closer to the center of the village, more urbanized. This is not, this area is the edge of a rural part of the village. Let's see, the last thing I said at the meetings, and this was not addressed, is that and this is just a picky thing that I have, I am an architect. I wish you would actually make brick look the way it actually is when it's built properly, and not just slapped on the side of a wall like a surface, because bricks aren't surfaces. Bricks are actually stacked. They have structural qualities to them, and the detailing on your elevations where the brick stops arbitrarily here and there, doesn't really line up with windowsills, things like that. It really needs a lot of work. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Ron Schneider. I've been out here so long, I don't remember. But I own the farm just west of this development, just west of it. And I see no benefit to this development. It's just going to cost Germantown money in the long run. And Germantown's who? Us, taxpayers. So I'm 100% against this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Robert Litzow, Oak Lane, Germantown. Piggyback off of something I just heard here. This development is going to be in competition with the problem we have to fix. I think we all believe it's a problem. The town square. It's going to be in competition with that, especially if you're going to allow the townhouses. With that many people out there, you're going to have 2 different places where people want to be, and the people out here in this development are not going to come into the village. If they're out there, they want to be out there. They're not going to be in the village itself. I don't believe this is the best use for this parcel. I think it should be residential, but I think it should be more of what's on the north end. If you've been in some of the neighboring areas, which I work in, you could gain the same amount of tax revenue with a larger house in there, like you're seeing in the Merton area and in southeast, southwestern Menominee Falls. Those subdivisions are filling up like overnight. So you could have that instead of row houses and issues with people being on top of other people here. And you'd certainly lower the count of vehicles coming and going. I also wish that the school report would have been read before, so we could comment on that also. I don't know what it's going to say, but there is a school here that's going to impact, and I don't know what it's going to do to it. I don't believe Amy Bell is fairly filled up. They just put an addition on recently, so I don't know if there's room to push that thing any bigger. I just don't think there's anybody in the neighborhood who's for this, and I don't think there's anybody in the village who's going to say, I'm done with my house, I'm going to move to this development. I don't think that's going to happen. So you're inviting all new residents here, and you're also allowing them into a house that's really not the same as what's in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else have to come forward tonight, either speaking for or against? Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Scott Heffley, W159 and 10514 Old Farm Road, Germantown. I live nowhere near where this development is happening, but still have some questions about it. I'm sorry to the plan commissioners that you were given 885 pages to review at 3:30 p.m. on a Friday. That should be coming out on Thursday. I was upset about that, where I did contact the village board president and I said, what's up? When we have a meeting of this size, we need to have the information ahead of time. You guys probably spent the whole weekend studying that. I tried to, but I'm not on the plan commission, so I didn't get through all 800 pages. I'm sorry. But what I did find out is a couple interesting things. And again, maybe if I would have read all 800 pages, I would have came up with it. But there was a traffic impact study put in there, and there's kind of vague language. It showed roundabouts, okay? I drove west to 164 going out to Waukesha twice today. Put 2 roundabouts in that area. Holy cow, that'd be crazy. Maybe I didn't read that right, but I saw roundabouts on a picture. If there's access points, okay, you're not just going to have turn lanes, you're going to need traffic signals. And you know what? We just had Quick Trip here that we talked about a traffic signal with. Those are $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 for a set of lights. And I'm the money guy here. What do I always say? Who's paying for that? Isn't that what I always say? Well, if developer's paying for it, okay, but I didn't see anything that says they're agreeing to that. So where are we at there? All right. The neighborhood meetings were brought up by numerous people. The 2020 plan conveniently had this as commercial office, and the 2050 plan just conveniently changed it to residential. Okay. That was a plan that was rushed through. That was one of the reasons I started coming to meetings back in 22. It was rushed through. Hey, everything's great. Everything's desirable. Put everything wherever you want. PPDs, the whole shot, rock and roll. All right. And it just never got the vetting it needed. It never had those neighborhood meetings. And this isn't one of those neighborhoods that needs neighborhood meetings. One meeting, I was there at the library. Yeah, there was a couple of people that were curious, and yeah, it looks okay. A lot of people there were not positive about this development. They just weren't. Okay. I look at a couple more things. Land set aside for a well. Okay. For what reason? Because we had a failed well there, as was mentioned by Tammy earlier. There was a failed well there. Why are they giving an acre away to us for a well? How much a well costs and a wellhead and all that? We just did what up in the industrial park. It was what, $7-8 million? Where's that money coming from? I think you've got to be careful that we just start throwing money around like nothing. The developer is not going to pay for a wellhead. Okay, they're not going to. So that's a concern. Are they being compensated for that? Or are they going to? I don't think so. But why are they giving us a free acre of land? I don't know. I'm on the Utility Advisory Committee. Bob is the chairman of that committee. Okay. And I heard about this private lift station. Well, that's going to drain somewhere, isn't it? It's going to go through our system, isn't it? And all I heard about is Buffalo Wild Wings, that lift station is like 30, 40 years old, and we keep throwing, pigtailing it or whatever we're doing to keep it running. All right. What are those flows going through there? What's it going to do to that? Is that going to run that over capacity? You need a new well, you need a lift station. We know those are $5 or $6 million. Okay. It's easy to say, oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Where are the real costs coming? Germantown will have real costs in regards to this. They just are. Okay. And right now, I cannot say that I support this project because I think there's too many questions. We're waiting on the counties to talk about 2 county roads. Menominee Falls Village Board or Village or Plan Commission, they haven't even considered this. No one's contacted them. Okay, they have to be involved to make this thing happen. We just can't say, okay, we got Menominee Falls, we got the county, we got other people. There's just way too many questions for me to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to come forward tonight, either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
He likes to chime in sometimes, so I bring him up here. I sit here tonight, meeting after meeting regarding this, and all the same concerns are brought up every single time. I'm not going to reiterate those, but I agree 100% with those. That being said, we know there's going to be growth. I think 99% of us are okay with some type of growth in this area. We are not okay with this massive density of homes. We want good growth to our area. We want to bring new families in. We want single family homes. Those people are going to want to stay and be a really active, good part of our community. Like they had said, the one on Pilgrim where there's more activities around, people are going to flock there before they're going to flock to an area where there's acres here, acres there, farmland here. That's just not as much fun. A Walmart here and a Target there is not going to draw that type of people in. And I know the developer doesn't want to put in single family homes. They told me they don't want to do it because they cannot make enough money doing it. So they definitely don't have our heart in mind. And I get it, they are a business, but because they're a business, they build their massive stuff and leave. And we're all stuck with the ramifications of what's left. And as far as wanting single family homes in the area, I know there has been talk about the younger families not wanting to have single family homes. Well, I looked into this exact topic. Let me tell you the information I found. Now, this is strictly regarding Germantown, although all of Washington County and Waukesha County are facing a lot of the same things, but this is just for Germantown. From January to May, there's 22 homes that I consider affordable homes. So I just said, let's look under 450,000 or 420,000. These are often considered starter homes for younger families, which is what I think Germantown is trying to draw in. Out of those 22 homes, all of them sold super fast. They all had multiple offers, well above asking prices. The people that were making offers literally waived inspections on these because they were so desperate to get into houses. There were sob stories, letters written saying, please, please, please choose my offer because we are desperate to find a home because they're just not available. Not single family homes. I'm not talking about attached homes. There are young families that want these so their kids can be making noise in the backyard, that they can be banging against their own walls without worrying about the person next door to them complaining or, having fights among them. They still want single family homes. I'll just wrap up. Well, one thing that is a little concerning to me, and I could have not seen it on here. I know there's the future of the multi-family homes. I wasn't sure if I saw how many of a future of those would be in there. It probably was in there, but I was just looking through too much. But and if it's not, when are we going to figure out how many more of those are going to be in there? So I don't think any of this fits our area. So don't accept this proposal. This whole room begs you, the whole community begs you. Nobody wants this. If you could be on the social media sites, you would see there is like 1% of the people that say, well, maybe my kid could afford that, but they also would like that single family home too. So again, we say no to this proposal. I hope you guys know we are not being unreasonable with what we're asking. We're not, you know what, I can even say you can build more than 1 an acre. Would that be ideal? Sure. But build 2 an acre. With 80 acres, you can still put 160 homes up there. It's going to help some of the problems alleviated with schools. There's less traffic, but it's still single family homes. So I hope the new board that we all voted in listens to our concerns. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anybody else have to come forward, either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
had this all typed up, ready to tell you what my thoughts were on it, but a lot of people covered a lot of the stuff already. My name is Carla Schubert. I'm from W204 and 9886 Lannon Road. My husband and I are very concerned about this rezoning and this property development. We basically don't want anything to happen in that area because, can you put my map up, please? Time clock's running low, I'm running low. This is our property up here. So how do you think that a berm is going to help us keep people out of our property? We moved to this area 30 years ago because we had a city lot where we were almost going to get sued by somebody because we put a play area up on our lot. We bought 10 acres out here to get away from people. We put in over 300 trees around the perimeter of our lot to wall off all the neighbors. Not that we don't want neighbors, but we don't want them on top of us. And if you're going to put a 30-foot berm in that area to keep us separated, how is that going to work? The houses right now are right on top of the lot line. Our driveway sits 10 foot 6 inches off of the lot line, and just our house is 51 feet off the lot line. I don't know. The schools, it bothers me about the schools and how they will be impacted because the school will have a concurrency of failing and our students are going to suffer, and we need to do better for them. The traffic report, I know it was dated 5/6/25, and it stated that the development of this land would not have a major impact in the area. But what about with the village center as well, and combining those two? Our wildlife on our property and the habitat of the local wildlife will be destroyed. We have deer, turkey, and coyotes, to name a few species, who come on our property daily. There's potential for the values to decrease within the community, but especially to ours, since the development of the housing units in Phase 4 is located extremely close to our property line and house. Not unusual to see property values decrease in areas of multifamily dwellings or condominiums. These multifamily units are not consistent with the present neighborhood. The majority of all of our neighbors have larger lots. So why do these proposed properties have lots on a quarter or a third of an acre? Because the developer said that it would not be financially feasible for do anything less than what they had proposed. And we were informed by individuals who were doing drilling on the Moore Houston property that there was abundance of that land and stone, which would mean that the area would have to be dynamited. What damage will occur to our property sitting right next door to that area? We understand that while we, as the local community, may be unable to prevent development from occurring, which could have detrimental effects on the area, nearly all the residents in the immediate area are completely opposed to the construction of multifamily housing. And I have to tell you, I'm going to be open with you, this whole situation has affected me physically, mentally, and emotionally. I have been experiencing bouts of depression and anxiety over this whole situation. I have sleepless nights. My husband can't sleep. We don't know what tomorrow lies ahead for us. I mean, I want to move so bad and get out of this area. I am so disappointed with how it's turned out. Sorry.
Thank you for coming tonight. Would anybody else like to come forward either for or against? Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. I'll give you still after I'm done here in a second. Doug Lohman, W180N9881, Rivers Bend Circle West. I wasn't planning on making comments, but I feel compelled to get up here and share just a couple of things. First and foremost, I'd like to mention that a lot of people have talked about price, including the developer. There's a lot of concern about price. I'm going to refer to an October of 2024 LinkedIn post by David Bellman, where he cited that federal, state, and local costs, regulatory costs on building a new home comes to $93,870 per home. I don't know the veracity of that, but, you know, David Bellman's going to throw that out publicly. He's probably real close, and he's got a good citation for that. And there's been a lot of comment about, okay, the developer wants to make money. Well, they're in business to make money, and I understand that. And but the other side of the coin is that I've been trying to get somebody to come in and remodel my bedroom. I'm sorry, my bathroom. And all of the contracts given to me are so onerous, I just say, no, I can't do business with you. You know, essentially what they say to me is that yeah, you drop a feather, we can charge you more money, and we can do pretty much anything we want, and you can't do anything about it. You know, go ahead, sign. It'll be beautiful. You'll love it. Well, no, we got to change the contract. So, and none of them will change the contract. Absolutely zero of them. Why? Because they have all the work that they want. So maybe there's another thing to look at on this. Perhaps there's ways that we can develop more people wanting to get into this type of business. Perhaps there's ways that the village can come along and say, you know what, I could probably knock $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 off that $93,000 in government regulatory stuff that goes on there. There's a lot of room on a lot of things here, and I just wanted to say a few things about those few things that have been left unsaid so far. So I hope I expanded your knowledge a little bit here this evening, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Would anybody else have to come forward tonight, either for or against? One more time, either for or against. Do we have anybody on WebEx?
No one has their hand in the air at this time, President.
Thank you. I don't know where you're calling from, but thank you for sharing that.
This is
I
Debbie
do
at
have
home
some
taking the
things that
minutes.
were emailed to us, and I believe all the commissioners have copies of these. We've got 24 email communications. 13 are from the village of Germantown, and 11 are outside of the village. 10 from Menominee Falls and 1 from Richfield. And all of them are opposed except for 1 that is in favor. And I apologize, but I'm going to read these. So this is from a Nicholas, oh my gosh, and Dronzik, N96W201109 County Line Road, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. I oppose this development because of the multifamily dwellings. I live directly across the street on County Line, and I feel apartments and multifamily structures are not needed and will only increase crime, traffic, and noise in our neighborhood. The police already seem overtasked with areas further east and do not patrol the raceway that has become County Line Road. This project will only add further to this, as well as the tag of luxury condos / apartments that people will not purchase, will just lead to lower rental standards requirements in the coming years. There is already a ton of now leasing and available luxury living spaces and units that have been unoccupied, all within a minute or 2 drive from this new complex proposal that have been vacant for years. This will be no different and just lead to lower standards to rent and lease, which will also add more to crime and traffic that is already overtasking and problematic. Another email from their first name is their email account. So N Barrelman 59, N96W19958 County Line Road, Germantown, Wisconsin. I oppose the item. Hi, we oppose the idea of row house / multifamily rental units being built on the proposed site. Although you say they are for sale, if they do not sell, you would rent them. There is already an abundance of this type of housing in Menominee Falls and Lannon. If this area is going to be developed, why not single-family homes, half-acre lots, and single-family story condos only? Germantown already has failed storefronts near County Line and Appleton. Why bring more of the low-end feel of the area? We feel nice retirement condos and single-family homes would be better choice for this area if it needs to be developed at all. The traffic in the area will also be a problem. It's already congested during some time of the day. We want to take pride in our community. Another communication from Christopher Burnson, 642 Highland Drive, Colgate, Wisconsin. I oppose the item. A proposed multifamily complex is the worst idea for this area. Single-family homes would be a much more better fit in this area, keeping the risk of problems, traffic congestion, destruction of green space, and risk of potential crime. If development must happen, develop the more urban areas of town before encroaching on the more rural areas. Another communication from Mark and Lori Botcher, N96 W20235 County Line Road, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. Hello, everyone. This is Mark and Lori Botcher, and we live directly across the street in Menominee Falls from the proposed development on the corner of County Line Road and Lannon Road. We have lived here for 26 years. We understand that this property will be developed, but what is being proposed is way too large for this already congested area. As it stands now, the traffic is horrifying. Our house literally shakes with all semis, FedEx especially, dump trucks, and speeding vehicles. We do not need any additional traffic in this area. We know you did your most recent traffic study, but in our eyes, it wasn't very extensive. There were only there for a day and a half, part-time, and not during rush hour or construction season. We do have other concerns as well. Number one, we strongly oppose the row housing condos or townhomes. This area does not need this type of housing. We believe it should be owner-occupied, single lot, and family homes. Number two, we are concerned about the dirt and debris that will come along with the construction process. What will this do to our HVAC unit and the front of our house? Not to mention our health concerns. Number three, we have heard rumors that the developer has mentioned blasting for the basements of those houses. Is this true? If so, what are the long-term issues to our foundations, drain, tile, sewer, and water lines, septic systems, and holding tanks? Number four, what is the plan to prevent vehicle lights from shining directly into our front room window? We sincerely hope that our concerns are taken seriously and will be further looked into and our questions answered. To everyone on the Plan Commission, we ask you take your time and hear everyone's concerns on this project before your decision is made final. Thank you very much, Mark and Lori. Another communication from Catherine Ebert. We are writing to you as deeply concerned residents who live within 1,000 feet of the proposed home path development at County Line and Lannon Roads. When we purchased our home nearly 8 years ago, we were drawn into the area's rural character and natural surroundings. We understood that the open field across the street, clearly visible from our home's large front windows, would likely be developed in the future. However, we expected that any such development would be consistent with the existing neighborhood, single-family homes on generously sized lots that maintain the current aesthetics and atmosphere of the area. We are therefore alarmed by the current proposal, which includes high-density multifamily units and homes placed in very close proximity to one another. This approach is entirely out of character with the surrounding community and would significantly alter the visual landscape and the overall feel of the neighborhood. Additionally, there has been many indications that if these homes do not sell quickly, they may be converted into rental properties. The possibility raises serious concerns as rental units are often not maintained to the high standards as owner-occupied homes, potentially impacting property values and community integrity. We have expressed these concerns directly to the developer during the neighborhood meeting. Unfortunately, it appears that little to no change has been made in response. Our feedback seems to have been disregarded, and it's disheartening to feel that the voices of residents most directly impacted are being ignored. We respectfully urge the board to take into account the long-term well-being and character of our community. We are not opposed to thoughtful, responsible development. Our request is simply that any new construction be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and carried out in a manner that preserves the qualities that makes this area a desirable place to live. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Brian and Catherine Ebert. Darcel Ellie, N. I don't have to read that? Okay, thank you. Another communication from Dean Fox, W203 N9470 Bittersweet Lane, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. We support the development of owner-occupied single-family homes that reflect the character of our rural neighborhood. Our homes are approximately 1 acre lots with shared wells, 2 homes per well, and septic systems. We value our open space and privacy. We strongly oppose high-density housing and rental properties, particularly townhomes or row houses. Not only are these inconsistent with the surrounding area, but they also raise serious concerns about long-term community impact, including potential conversion to subsidized housing. Our concerns include traffic and safety. Increased congestion, speeding, and unsafe road conditions are already an issue, and this development will only worsen them. Water management, runoff and flooding risks, especially for downhill homes, threaten property and safety. Environmental impact, loss of green space, trees, wildlife habitat contradicts our community values. Noise and light pollution, from emergency sirens to vehicle headlights, these issues have already escalated in the nearby area of Grace Commons in the Menominee Falls. We will also see increased traffic on Bittersweet Lane and Club Circle for the vehicles that will take a shortcut to go east on County Line instead of going through the controlled intersection. We formally request that the land not be rezoned for high-density housing, but instead be developed in a manner that maintains the rural integrity of the area. We are not opposed to development. We simply want development that makes sense for our community. It should be done in a way that complements and respects the current residents rather than disrupting and displacing our way of life. Large lot, single-family homes would maintain the area's rural identity while allowing responsible growth. We urge you to advocate for us and to request revisions of the plan that reflect these priorities and to hold the developer accountable for answering our unanswered questions and addressing our concerns in a meaningful way. Thank you for considering how this will affect us in this area when making your decisions. Signed, Dean and Sherry Fox, along with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1,600 individuals, all from Menominee Falls. From David Gay, W204N8867 Landon Road. Plan Commission, I understand that the public hearing meeting Monday evening at 6:30 to discuss the potential development of the land at the corner of County Line and Landon Road. I'm unable to attend the meeting, so I'm sending some comments in advance so that you have this as part of your gathering of public perspectives. I'm a resident of Landon Road near the proposed development. I acknowledge the 2050 plan, comprehensive plan has identified this land for a residential / multifamily development should the existing uses change from agriculture. I am supportive that this potentially land use is preferable to industrial should the existing land use change. However, in reviewing the materials provided with the meeting notice, I am concerned with the density of the development on the proposed site. Density of 3 units per acre, as well as the inclusion of non-single family home sites will make this development inconsistent with all the existing residential activity adjacent to the parcel. So I'm not supportive of the proposal in its current form. It's too large and too dense. I also believe the high density will create a development that is more an island than a gateway. The parcel is surrounded by a limited industrial, a freeway, and low residential, all inconsistent with the proposed project. Thank you for considering my perspective. Sincerely, David Gay. Daniel Gibson, N95W19807, Alzelia, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed development and oppose it. Timothy Johnson. Okay, thank you. My throat thanks you. Rodney Long, W202N9503, Club Circle Drive, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. I am against this plan. I am not against development, but it needs to be done right. I would like to see 1/2 acre to 3/4 acre lots with single family homes on them to match the community that is across the street in the semi-rural setting. And we have one as well from Michelle Long at the same address, Menominee Falls. I oppose the item. My neighborhood is directly south of the proposed development. County Line Q is already a busy road, and the noise from trucks and cars is already quite loud. Sirens, engine braking, semis, car and motorcycle racing, so much traffic. I don't like where homes are packed together like sardines in a can. I'm also not a fan of having rental properties present in this area. We all live in single-family homes in the adjacent neighborhood and take pride in our home ownership. I don't believe that a rental community would have as much care and consideration as the homeowners have today. Scott Lopez, W204 N10005 Landon Road, Colgate. I oppose the item. I oppose this item. This overdevelopment will crowd the existing land with too high of a density that roads and local environment cannot handle. There are already runoff water issues due to the road expansion a decade ago. This will make it worse. Removal of wetlands will have a negative impact on wildlife in the area. Increased traffic will be a further danger to residents on Landon Road where vehicles already do not obey speed limits, which Germantown already does not enforce. If development is to continue, it should take into account existing housing density and follow the existing density with large acre lots and plenty of green space to lessen environmental impact. Where are the DNR studies and the impact this development will have on the area? Has the state even been contacted? State and federal DNR is rezoning much of this area to floodplains. Has this been taken into account? Calvin Martinez, W204 N9901 Landon Road, Colgate. I oppose this item. Dear Village Board members, I respectfully ask that the village vote no on the proposed development plan tonight. Myself, along with many of the neighbors and fellow residents in the Colgate, Germantown areas, are strongly opposed to this development. Our primary concerns stem from a lack of transparency involving the developers, the land trustee attorneys, and Mr. David Blum. The way previous board members pushed certain agendas through just before the recent election raises serious questions about accountability and community representation. We urge you to take a deeper look on the valid questions residents have raised, questions that have largely gone unanswered by the developers. This is not just about homes and buildings, it's about the future character of our rural community. We chose to live here because of the peaceful, small way of life. Adding 283 homes, townhomes, and row houses will dramatically alter that. Growth for the sake of growth isn't always progress, especially when it threatens the very identity of the place we call home. Please vote no tonight, not just for those who oppose the plan, but for the long-term well-being of our community. Sincerely, Calvin Martinez. Another communication from Missy Martinez, same address in Colgate. To whom it may concern, as a resident of the area surrounding Landon and County Line Road, I am writing to express deep concern regarding the proposed development of 283 single-family homes. While I support thoughtful and sustainable growth, this development raises serious questions that need to be addressed openly and transparently before any further action is taken. Preservation of dual living and rural character. Many of us intentionally chose to live here because of the rural dual living nature of this community. This proposal significantly threatens that lifestyle and could permanently alter the character of our area. A development of this scale does not align with the current density or spirit of our neighborhood. Traffic studies, timing, and accuracy. Current traffic conditions are already challenging. On many mornings, it can take up to 10 minutes just to pull out of my driveway to bring my son to school. The traffic studies I've seen appear to be conducted during off-peak hours, typically 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., which does not reflect the real traffic burden we face during rush hours. When will comprehensive peak time traffic studies be conducted, and will they be made publicly available? Litter and community cleanliness. Even with the current traffic volume, the amount of litter that ends up in my yard is unacceptable. Increased density will likely exacerbate this issue. What specific plans or policies are in place to address waste management and litter control as population density increases? Future of development, if sales falter. If these single-family homes do not sell or fail to attract renters, what is the long-term plan? What safeguards are in place to ensure that this property will not be converted into subsidized or high-density rental housing that further disrupts the community dynamic? Local agricultural use and land stewardship. Has the current farmer who rents this land been given this opportunity to purchase it? Preserving agriculture land should be a priority, and allowing local farmers the chance to maintain or expand their operations would support our rural economy and heritage, transparency in development and legal oversight. Lastly, I would like to understand the relationship between the developers, the lawyer representing the trust, and David Blum. Transparency in these connection is critical or crucial for the community trust and accountability. I'm not opposed to growth. In fact, I welcome it when it's done responsibly, which with input from the people who live here, and in a way that protects the character and sustainability of our rural community. I respectfully ask that these concerns be taken seriously, and that the clear, transparent answers are provided before any decisions are finally finalized. Sincerely, Melissa Martinez. Heather May, W200N9473, Woodside Lane, Menominee Falls. We enjoy not living directly in the city, and by doing so, this will create more traffic volume in the area. Additionally, there are several other options for living in Menominee Falls that are vacant. I see no need to build apartments when there is not a need for housing. We also fear this will become low-income housing. Lyle Rotick at the same address, Menominee Falls. We enjoy not living directly in the city, and by doing so, this will create more traffic volume in the area. Additionally, there are several other options for living in Menominee Falls that are vacant. I see no need to build apartments when there is not a need for housing. We also fear this will become low-income housing. Carrie McCoy, W211N11431, Woodfield Lane, Brookside Mobile Home Park, Germantown. We strongly oppose the housing development on the corner of Lannon Road and County Line Road. The addition of that many units in this location will bring more traffic to an already dangerous intersection. Speeding and reckless driving has been an issue in this area. Multiplying the amount of cars and passing through is concerning. Considering the amount of homeowners that are already established along these roads. The safety of our community, children, is also compromised with the added traffic. Already there are too many ignorant people speeding by school buses that are stopped to pick up and drop off children living in the area. We vote a resounding no to this development to look to find a solution to the questions of what can be done in this area without compromising the well-being of the residents and children already around this location. Scott Mesner, W204N9713, Lannon Road, Germantown. The developer's proposal is still way too many homes for the acreage size. The roads, schools, and locale will not accommodate. A smaller density subdivision would be ideal. Gidget. Pardon?
You can skip her, she's spoken.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ronald Schneider, W204N9767, Lannon Road, Colgate. I oppose the item. He opposes the item. Kathleen Schneider, W204N9767, Lannon Road, Colgate. I oppose the item. I oppose the item. And Debbie Remick. No, I'm sorry. This is from you, Tammy. Okay. Scott Schroeder, N96W19602, County Line Road, Germantown. I oppose the item. Despite feedback from community developer has not addressed concerns of high housing density and small lot sizes relative to existing housing in the vicinity. The zoning and use of multifamily units have not been significantly reduced. I will attend the meeting and may offer additional comments depending on what is presented. William Schubert, W204N9886, Lannon Road, Colgate. I oppose the item. I am wholeheartedly opposed to any rezoning of this property. There are so many facets of the community that would be negatively impacted by this move. First and foremost, the school system and students. This proposed development will benefit the pockets of HomePath who are not willing to downsize their plan. They themselves have made this clear to the community numerous times. The concerns of the community, not the developer, should be at the forefront of this situation. Developer will fill their pockets and be gone. The community will be tasked with dealing with the long-term negative outcomes this proposed rezoning will create. I am asking the commission to vote no on the rezoning. Carla Schubert. Pardon? Okay, thank you. Eugene Schuster, W 194N 10009 Appleton Road, Germantown. I oppose this item. Too many homes. Should be all single family, rural area. Daniel Schwartz, N96 W20447 County Line Road, Menominee Falls. I oppose this item. I live right on the corner of this intersection, and one of the biggest buying points of my house was having the rural feel, but having the convenience of shopping down the road. With the increase in housing and development over the years of living here, there are always people running the lights causing accidents. Sirens are at night from the increase in crime in the area, and heavy traffic causing backups and even blocking my driveway, especially in the summertime with the dump trucks. Dense housing does not fit the culture of the area, nor the desired occupancy that the current tax-paying residents desire. Adding dense housing will not only affect the nature of this area, but will add more traffic to an already dangerous intersection, increase crime, and change in the natural water flow of the area. There is a river flow through the swamp behind my house. The residents in this area, both Germantown and Menominee Falls, have been against this dense housing since it was proposed over a year ago with a different contractor. We hope the board listens to our concerns and agrees with the current residents that single-family homes are the best choice for this area to be developed, since inevitably this farmland is no longer desired by the owner. Thank you for your time. Danny from Menominee Falls. Pat Tasker, N97W14909, Burning Bush Court, Germantown. She is for this development. Housing is in a crisis across the county with a dire need for more homes. If you or your kids have been trying to buy a home, you totally understand the shortage of homes. Smart planning can grow our community and tax base and help solve the shortage of homes we have in the community. Thank you again for your time and continued dedication to our community. I trust the commission will make a decision that reflects both good planning principles and the best long-term interests of the village. Sincerely, Pat Tasker. I just read the backside of this. I apologize. I'm going to read the front page. Dear members of the Plan Commission, this is again from Pat Tasker. I regret that I am unable to attend the meeting this evening as I'm out of town for my grandkids' doubleheader on the other side of the state. While I'm grateful for the time with family, I would have liked to be present tonight for tonight's discussion regarding the proposed development along County Line Road. As this topic comes up again, I'd like to respectfully share just two professional and personal observations for your considerations. Number one, it often seems that nearly every proposed development, whether a subdivision, condo complex, or rental development in the village, is met with strong opposition. If it's adjacent to another subdivision, there are complaints. So you think go further out, find some farmland, then you find farmland like this proposed development and there's opposition. So where do you build? Understandably, people value open space. Even when a development is proposed on the edge of town in a field, the objections persist. I often remind homeowners that a farm field is never guaranteed to stay a farm field forever. Growth brings change, and most people accept that fact when making a home purchase. Responsible development is a natural part of any growing community, and that's important to keep in mind. Number two, regarding this specific development, I noted that in previous meetings, many of the public comments opposing the plan come from individuals stating that they live on County Line Road. Yet when I reviewed the maps and personally drove the area east, west, north, south, I counted just 3 homes in Germantown and the rest of the parcel, and 3 to the east of the parcel and 3 to the west. There are a few more to the north but many are set back, tucked in wooded lots. It's fair that residents from neighboring communities may have concerns, but this project lies within Germantown, and our residents should have a clear standing in the process. As someone who lives on the other side of County Line Road, directly across from the FedEx facility that was approved with no notification to Germantown neighbors or officials, I can honestly say that I would gladly trade that commercial facility for a thoughtfully designed residential neighborhood. In the future, it might serve the process well if those speaking during public comments were asked to provide a full address, including the city. That added transparency would help the board members clarify who Germantown neighbors are, your constituents, as you know what Germantown neighbors want. And I read the second page of that. James Van Hecky, W220N9808 Amy Bell Road, Colgate. I oppose this item. As a Germantown resident living nearby, regarding the proposed development on the corner of Mequon Road and County Line Road, I strongly oppose any multifamily apartment or condo development. It is highly inappropriate for this area. I would support single-family homes in that area. It is far more consistent with the neighboring portions of this community. It also attracts some more stable and committed citizenry. Despite repeated opposition to similar plans as voiced by many residents, similar plans continue to be brought before the board. Again, we strongly urge that the village reject multifamily apartments and or condominiums in this area. This is not the kind of development that your constituents will accept, myself included. And that is the final comments that were emailed to us. One final comment. Anyone else would like to come forward tonight, either for or against? Good evening and welcome. Good evening.
Tom Barney, N105 W16775 Old Farm Road. For starters, if you know where Old Farm Road is, it's nowhere near this development. So certainly put a little more weight behind some of the people that live real close to there. This plan commission has heard vote no from a full room of people before, and then proceeded to vote for a proposal. So I guess we'll see what happens tonight. I personally have asked you to vote no on some things before, but I won't do that on this project. And I guess my comments here, I'm probably not going to make any new friends, because I'm probably one of the only people who's going to speak tonight who is not against this project. The public that's still left here needs to realize if there's no new development in the village, then there's no new tax revenue for services or programming or wage increases for staff or for public safety or for additional public safety members. And you've heard people tonight say they aren't anti-development, they just don't want this development. Well, this is the proposal in front of you. There's not proposals for the north end of the village where they say, hey, there's plenty of land out there. So I think this is what's in front of you. So you gotta see what the positives and negatives are. From a school perspective, you'll hear from the school board president shortly. From my perspective as a school board member, and these are my comments alone, not a statement on the board, this is exactly the type of development that I want to see. Single family homes. Families move in, that helps to stabilize enrollment, because those families are probably going to live there until their kid graduates. Not like apartments where the family could move in, kids there for a few years, and then the family moves out, because that's the nature of apartment living. So this is much better than other high density developments that have been in front of you in the past. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Final call on folks that want to speak for or against. Okay. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Kevin Dittmar. I don't live in Germantown or Menominee Falls. Live in Oconomowoc, but my grandparents owned this farm. So I've been there, grew up there in my childhood, and I'm intimately familiar with it and the neighborhood. I'm also a real estate developer in the real estate business for a long time. And everybody's saying, or not everybody, most people are saying, this is not consistent with the rural character. These lots are smaller than our lots, which are 1 and 2 acre lots. Right, exactly. Because those lots and homes were developed in 1955, 1960, 1965. That's how we did it back then. They didn't have sewer and water, so they had to build a large lot to accommodate a septic field. That's why those lots are that big, because they have on-site septic and water systems. They have shared wells. It's only natural. Whereas if you look in the homes and subdivisions in Menominee Falls or Germantown built in the 50s to 60s on sewer and water, of course, they're much smaller, they're much more dense, they're much closer together. So naturally, when you bring in a development that's entirely different because it's serviced by all these municipal services, of course, you're going to see different densities. It's just only natural. And to expect that in 2025, we're going to go back 60 years and recreate development patterns that were appropriate then and do it now, I would submit that that's irresponsible planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Final call for anyone that was speaking for or against before we close the public hearing. Good evening and welcome again.
W204 and 986 Lannon Road. I have to totally disagree with that. I would like to know where you live. What size is your property? What size is your house? Oh, there you go.
Okay, we're not going to have a debate amongst the public here. Please, speaker.
Well, I think that you need to get more information from the people from this community, not from people that live on Okachi Lake.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak for or against before we close the public hearing? Okay, we are closed. The public hearing is closed at 9:46. And commissioners, we have two items on the agenda to certainly discuss based on public comments tonight. The first is to approve creating a planned multi-development district PDD based on the underlying RS7 single family and RM2 multifamily zoning district to be known as Sutton Farm PDD for the 88.3 acre Marusan Family Farm LLC property and rezoning said 88.3 acres from A1 Agriculture District into the Sutton Farm PDD, subject to the following conditions, and there's 3 conditions there. So to get the discussion going, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as stated.
Do we have a second? Second. Discussion.
I guess I'll lead it off if you don't mind, just to depressurize the student school side effects of this.
Can you speak into the microphone, press the red button?
It should be, it's
Okay,
not
there you
glowing, so it should be on. My apologies. So as far as elementary schools, well, obviously any development, residential development will affect three sets of our schools, middle school, high school, and the elementary school, which it resides. This one happens to be Amy Bell. One study is, both of our studies are complete. The facilities use study, we've already had a joint conversation with your predecessor and the village administrator around the beneficial portions of that study, information-wise for the village, our enrollment in each school, right? In what the capacities for each one of those schools are. So that's been discussed. If anyone would like to see that, March 11th, I believe was our meeting. Check out our YouTube channel for that and or our board docs for that. We can go into that later or more in depth when you have us back for a presentation. Again, the other is the ROFR study, which is kind of more the meat and potatoes of enrollment and a 40-year projection for the school district and the village. There's a lot of good information in that. We just got that back last Monday. What the full board and school board will be hearing from an administrative standpoint and presentation on it on the 16th of this month. And then I think we've been extended an opportunity for this commission to hear that presentation. ROFRs themselves have been invited to that to explain their logic and their build out of the report and the information in it. So for the purpose of this, I'm just going to use some of the light information. And then I'd have some questions for the developer and or the commission because I need some help on definitions here. On the surface, Amy Bell can accommodate approximately 72 more students than it currently does right now. That's based on the facility's use. So preferred maximum is 421 and we're at 349. This particular project, depending on how you split these units up, If you view them all as single-family homes, we're looking at approximately, based off the Rofer's numbers, 166.5 students potential. If you were to utilize the row homes as more, consider them more a multifamily situation, then that would decrease that number down to 115.5 based off of the Rofer projections. So if that helps this commission kind of understand where those roles are, understand that 115 or that 166 aren't all into Amy Bell. That's spread out across all three of our schools. They're projecting good room for us in our middle school and high schools. So I'm less worried about that side of the projection. The report does go into detail on how new home development affects in kind of an ebb and flow a community. And as you build single family home developments, it tends to bring in and attract families, young families that are going to be in the district for a while. So you'll see an initial boost to enrollment, but then as those subdivisions or developments age, the children graduate and we have empty nesters. And if we aren't providing those empty nesters with a different format of housing in the area, they tend to stay in those homes. And we don't see enrollment from there. So we actually see enrollment slippage if we're looking out, projecting out 40 years. So a couple of my questions, I guess, maybe for the developers are, I guess, what are your expectations for that? I know you said the intentions are not rental, but gave a number of about 15%. So that's what, 41 units out of this totality. I'm assuming most of those will be the row homes, but maybe you can correct me on that.
Yeah, as far as student count, we did some preliminary work with Eric over at Tracy Cross, and their projections based on the unit types we have in the bedrooms, they had around 150 kids. So they're very consistent with what you're.
Yeah, it just depends on how we're looking at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you forecast the rental side of this? And I know you said that's not the intent. One of your members said that's not the intent, but we're looking at maybe potentially 15%. And I know your company has an arm that strictly deals in rentals.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's a funding source and a business strategy for you. It makes sense on a business side for me, from what I can tell from kind of researching your company. I'm assuming, given the phasing of this, we have phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. You said phases 1 and 2 are going to incorporate those row home.
Yeah, more than likely, the southeast corner row homes will go in with phase 1. And the other section probably will be carved up into 2, but it'll probably be mostly developed with phase 2. So they're condominiums, so they'll be brought in per unit as we build them.
The row homes are condominiums, not just the side-by-side villas?
They're condominium ownership. They are attached single-family product, so they're row homes. But the ownership is condominium ownership. So you'll see one lot, if you will, and then as they get brought into the condominium, you'll see each buildings.
Then I could dial my understanding a little bit better. And I think this committee and maybe the full village board has discussed setting some definitions around what high density is, what multifamily is, what high density multifamily is. I'm not sure if this project scopes into any of that definition. I look at it and I see a higher density housing development, single family housing development. If you were to ask me what high density residential development is, it would be more what we're seeing for Blackstone's potential or the village center, where we're talking 3, 4, 5, 6 acres of land, 400 or 500 units into that acreage. We're not seeing anywhere near that impact. Fully understand the community's pushback on this. This is definitely not as dense as what they're used to in that area. It's a unique area of the village because the committee kind of talks about density driving growth commercially, and we have dead commercial along that stretch of county line. So I look at that outside of the school zone, the school hat, and say, is this a potential growth stimulator for redevelopment of that commercial landscape along county line? Because the reality is, other than a few minor stores that are in those big boxes, it's dead. And that's just the way retail is right now. So I think I'd take those into consideration. If anyone has questions for me at that point.
Thank you. So again, from putting your school board hat back on, the risk, if any, to the school district is what?
Low.
Not this development as is.
Low, I think Amy Bell can support this development. Now, we talk about all the other developments in the district, right? And then we can talk about encroachment into the middle and high school issues. But as far as what this is going to do to the elementary school there, that elementary school, because of the planning that took place back in 2017, made it a larger track school, more tracks in the school. It allows for this growth actually to occur.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Further questions, comments from the commissioners? Bob? Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff?
If it's okay, I just want to jump in. I was keeping some close notes. Ken, I was wondering if you could address a couple of things, more specifically, and maybe someone else with your group can, the issue of blasting. A lot of concern about how that might affect their individual properties. Maybe somebody can summarize what the blasting requirements, procedures are.
Yeah, Chris, you can probably address some of that, but I'll just generally say that it's heavily regulated for obvious reasons. So it's not someone that's just going to come in there and start setting off dynamite. I mean, there's an awful lot of regulatory things that need to happen for that to happen. And there's few contractors that are qualified to do it. I think maybe 2 or 3 in the area that actually do it, but Chris can run through the areas that we expect.
And also, while you're going to be talking, please address if I live right next to your development and there's blasting going on and my foundation is damaged, what recourse do I have?
I'll do my best. Chris Hitch, Foth Infrastructure Environment, 7044 South Ballpark, Franklin, Wisconsin. The current plan, there's a lot of different ways that you could study this and sewer this property. And the current plan that's been reviewed preliminarily by Village Engineering, Public Works, this group considers the topography of the site. So the middle of the site is sort of the top of the hill, and it falls away to the east and it falls away to the west. There have been soil borings done on the site that have hit refusal, which we would understand to be sort of the surface of the rock plane. Where does the rock begin? And that rock profile and the rock plane is generally consistent with what the topography of the site's doing. So there is a high point in the middle of the site where the rock is the highest in elevation, if you will. So pulling sewer to the west end of the property, we wanted to go to County Highway Y, and we are considering, gravity sewer extension beyond the limits of the site someday. Like how deep do you want the sewer to be? The point of connection at County Line Road is deep. That is a deep sewer that's there today. And there's a mountain of rock to the west of that point. So do we want to go under and through the rock, or do we want to work with the topography in the rock? And so the plan that is being proposed is trying to thread the needle between providing sewer service and minimizing how much you need to get into that rock. So where is the blasting proposed? The blasting and the rock removal will happen in the center of this property. As you make the point of connection on County Line Road and you come up to the east and you bring it around into the property to the west, all indications are with the data we have today is that we are above that rock profile. So we are not doing blasting to bring the sewer into the property. It's when you move through the middle of the site that you're going to get into that rock profile. And that's where you're going to have to do the drilling and blasting for an open trench excavation, which would be the typical way to put in this kind of infrastructure on a site like this. I'm going to address the lift station here because they kind of go together. So the idea with the lift station is that that would be placed on the western edge of the site. So that the sewer on the western side, once you get over the hump of the rock, can not be so deep and can stay above the rock profile. And it can drain to this localized low point, which is what a lift station is. It's sort of, it doesn't flow anymore, right? Now we need to lift it up and we need to pump it back over the ridge, back over the rock ridge. So drilling and blasting the rock in the center of the site to extend a gravity extension as far as it can go to the west, and then moving to a localized lift station solution that allows the full land to be sewered, but not at the cost of excessive depth below the bedrock, blasting the whole site, like mining. You know, we might be talking mining at that point. So it's the thread the needle proposal that does require some amount of drilling and blasting to sewer this property.
So is it fair to say you won't be blasting for every basement for every single family lot?
That's fair to say, yes. The only reason there's blasting occurring is to pull a trunk line sewer through the middle of the property, which is really what we're doing. And that is a future looking move to the village. You know, in conversations with engineering and public works, a larger pipe is going in the ground and it is being fed to the western limits of the property, and that's being done so that the future of Germantown, what is currently unsewered lands, that there is that capability for connection and growth and conversion into more sewered land. So no, there's no blasting proposed to put basements in for this property. We're keeping the development profile. The roads are really set and the basements are set by what that rock profile is doing. It's something we study quite a bit.
So generally, what's the depth between the current surface and the top of the bedrock? Is it like 10 feet or 20 feet or?
Well, it will get to separation depths of 10 feet. I'm seeing 7 feet from existing. So some of the solution here is raising the site. The proposed elevation of the roads will be higher than what the existing elevation is today. So we're creating the separation that allows basements without being in the rock.
So you're only blasting 4 utilities through the middle of the site?
Yes.
You're not blasting behind my pole barn, next to the road, is that right? Thought I saw on the map, back here where my pole barn is. Back here, and then like here's the road. I saw some blasting on the map here, is that not? Did I not see that? Some right there, bring that road,
I understand the question.
thank you.
So I think in general, when people hear blasting, it puts a little fear in them, okay? So would you please explain, I mean, I've been on a lot of sites where we did blasting. And on some of these charges, you don't feel anything. So maybe with this particular site, if you can, explain how far the effects would go. And also explain the procedure that you should be doing is that before you do any blasting, you talk to the abutting properties
and you do a pre-blast survey.
Blast survey,
You
yes,
go
that's
into their
correct.
basements, you take pictures and things like that, just so.
And that's regulated through the village.
Correct. So if you could go
Permit
into
that
that.
will be pulled for that work.
So would you, just to try to put some of these people at ease, will they feel anything south of County Line Road?
I would love to be able to answer the question, Bob, and I'm not the expert in the room
Okay.
on blasting and rock and how it moves through the rock. And if we need to have a better answer to that, we can provide a better answer to that.
But it's very scientific, and these people, these experts in these areas, they know the exact amount of the charge and where to place it in that. It's very specialized in that. And they understand the what could happen, you know, if that forest gets too far out of control, especially with the budding neighbors. So I just want the neighbors to realize that they are protected. It is specialized. There are surveys that are done of their properties. So if there is cracks or anything like that, they would be addressed with your insurance carrier or whoever.
Any further questions for the applicants or for staff? Bridget?
So you mentioned, you might want to stay up there. They're all for you. So you mentioned that a lot of the areas are going to be filled to raise up the grade. Are we expecting that the earth balance of this site to be a fill site?
No.
So it's more bouncing from other areas?
We have 5 stormwater basins, and they're gonna do a tremendous job of managing runoff from the site because they are sized more about creating fill materials to raise the site to get it above the rock profile than they are to meet a minimum standard for a peak rate release and volume control. So the site will have large stormwater ponds, and they're large to create the material that allows the site to be lifted and create that separation from the rock profile.
In the center area, the rear areas of the lots seem to have some very tight grading. What's the slope of some of those rear lots, and are they anticipated to be walkouts?
Yes, walkouts, yes. We're going to use the building itself and the basement as a way to take up the grade everywhere that can be done. That's the most effective way to grade a site like this. All of that, I would say, gets refined in final engineering. We're not there yet, but we have viability. There's more than proof of concept here in the documents that have been done. And yes, when exposing the rear side of a building to have a walkout for the home to take up the grade and have that be the solution, we're gonna do that. And we are doing that in the current design.
So the renderings that were given to us, none of those show a walkout style. So that was part of where my question was coming from, is that we weren't given a visual representation of what that could look like. A lot of these parcels are very close to each other, and the visuals we were given have a lot of windows. So in this particular setting, in this cluster style development, you would tend to have less of that open window concept because you do have neighbors very close by. I personally do like a cluster or a conservation type subdivision like this, where you have a lot of open space that is really usable for everyone and having the walking paths and things like that. I do feel like some of the interior lots are really tight, that you wouldn't be able to have some buffer from your neighbors, especially if you have some of those larger windows that you're seeing in the renderings.
That's it.
Yeah.
I live in the city of Wauwatosa, so this looks like luxurious living to me. You know, my neighbor, I can reach out and touch their house, so.
Jeff?
It was asked earlier why we're going over and above on some of the zoning standards, the underlying zoning standards in RS7. That was one of the reasons why we went to a 30-foot rear setback rather than a 25, to accommodate any walkout conditions, to accommodate the plans and the images that you got from our portfolio are from the portfolio. We anticipate that there is going to be some evolution of those designs, particularly on the interior lots. But then that also allows us to have more glazing on the back, to have more openings on the back because there's a larger backyard.
All right, with that, just a couple more, I promise. Lots 154 through 157, is there a landscape buffer on the rear lot line where it abuts the existing property?
And you'll have to,
154 to 157, it's just, yep.
these guys in here. Yes, and that was mentioned in the staff report. We will provide a 30-foot behind the two lots, and I don't remember that it's 156 and 157. And then also in the notch there, we would provide a 30-foot buffer as well. What I had mentioned earlier was we could potentially provide a buffer to the north, but it's just it's almost like making a spite strip, kind of blocking any kind of future use to any of the other lots. So what we'd like to do is just provide a 30-foot buffer on the west side of those two lots.
But you could, through the plat, put in a restriction or an allowance for one access point along that stretch and get around the spite strip issue.
Yeah, we could take a look at that. If you notice the way the lots kind of all work out, we'd have to, it's like a domino effect. The additional rear yard that we were just talking about goes away because, and then then we have to deal with the grades and everything like that. So we're challenged, but we can take a very close look at that, I think, and we've heard that loud and clear. So I think we can work with that.
The exchange would be going back to the 25-foot rear yard
Yeah.
setbacks, basically.
Yeah.
What would end up happening because you're condensing that as you're going up to the north.
Well, the perimeter requirement for a buffer
Yes.
exists, and that's the only spot that
Yeah.
you haven't.
Yeah, and we thought about that, and we came up with this solution. If this solution isn't appropriate, we'll come up with an alternative.
All right, I'm down to two questions. Are the roads public or private?
If you don't mind, they're all public except for and I'll step away from the mic here for a second. The area here within the attached area, and then this road right here within the attached area with this connection here are the only private roads. Everything else is public.
So those watching online, he pointed to the areas that were in the row houses.
Yes, within the orange areas on the south side of the site.
And then my last one actually isn't a question, it's a comment. I did take a look at the floodplain maps. There was a resident who had spoke about the floodplains changing. There does not appear to be any part of this development that is within the current floodplain or the proposed floodplain. That's it for my questions.
Great, thank you. Good question, why the private roads? Why not all public?
Well, within the row house.
Presuming this whole subdivision plan is part of a homeowners association?
Yeah, there'll be a couple of layers of this. So there's an overall association that will take care of the green space, and then there'll be a sub area for the attached homes. That's why we chose to do a private drive within the attached home area, so that it's really an association. All the driveways are all maintained with snow. All the landscaping's maintained, so it's really like a condominium plat.
Further questions? Bob?
So we've been talking about a well. We got water coming into this site, right? So explain the well to me.
I can probably do that better. The developer simply abiding by a request by Public Works to set aside a potential site in the event that the village needs a well in this particular location. As was discussed earlier, there has been some earlier testing a few years back. It was some shallow well testing. It did have some issues, but the intention would be if a well is dropped here, it would be a deep well. That would avoid some of the lower well issues with surrounding properties.
So that would supplement the potential pressure issue?
Yes, if it's required.
Okay.
But it's not, that this site is driving the need for a well. It's simply, this site happens to be a location that the village has tested in the past and found to be a suitable location. And given the type of development that's proposed, the conservation subdivision with a large 10-acre wooded areas that's got access to land and road, the thought was, hey, I think we should ask if they could set aside an area for a potential well site. It's just good planning.
Yeah, I agree. So at some point, the village may come in there and drill a well, possibly.
Right, and no water tower. We're not talking water tower.
I
We're just talking
understand
a well site.
Right, I understand that. Okay.
And
thank you.
timeline for that would be how far out?
That I don't know, but it could be a long way off.
5, 10 years?
I don't even want to speculate. I think we can get more information from Public Works on the well site, but that's an issue for the village.
Right.
Not necessarily for the developer.
Further questions? Bob?
I noticed a pretty significant increase in your estimated pricing from back in January when you presented. For example, your townhomes went from 350 estimated back then to 450 to 500. I note in 4 months, that's a 29 to 43% increase in your estimated pricing. Pretty much across the line, we're in the 20 to 35% range. I'm just curious if you could comment on why such a drastic increase in your estimated pricing.
Well, I can generally speak to the townhomes we're developing, or the attached singles, we're developing that product right now. So it's although we do have that product, we were looking for something to better accommodate this site. So that's part of the reason. I mean, you might be able to speak to some of the other pricing points, but and frankly, there's some costs to the site that need to be factored in as well. So when we think the market can support that, I mean, we'd love to be a little bit lower, to be honest with you, just because I think there's a larger need for better priced homes.
I mean, is it related to, I mean, basically you pull lots out. So do we pull lots out and we're trying to recoup that through increased pricing? Okay.
I don't know if it's pulling lots out. I mean, I think it's a lot of factors, right? I mean, it's the infrastructure cost. It's, 8 lots isn't, that's not a deal killer for a project generally. But rock is, I mean, stuff like that is, but we think the market's there. So.
I can address some of that as well. I'm with BSP Design, so we're doing the architecture on those new units. And when we started, we were using kind of off the shelf unit design, just to, kind of a placeholder. What we found out as we started doing the design, we have to pick up a lot of grade from north to south. And the intention has always been to create a residential streetscape. So we have a 2-story front facing north, and then a 3-story rear with a garage, a 2-car garage, and 2 driveway spaces for guests. And then we do the same thing as we go down. And we included a larger unit on the south side of the site that actually faces County Line Road to give a better aesthetic look as well. So they'd be more of a traditional walkout style, townhouse style unit.
So 2-story on one side, 3-story on the back
which adds cost. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And do you think that those increased price points are going to impact your ability to sell, which could turn into more rentals? I believe 15% was what you estimated the first meeting to. Does that impact that estimate at all?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, you could see. Eva could speak to it better than I, but I don't think so. I mean, we're already, we're selling our flagship product already in Germantown. So, I mean, we think we had a pretty good idea and comfort level of where the price points are going to be. So.
Okay. Jeff, one last question. Last time we met on this, we had addressed, or I don't know if we got an answer to whether or not the village in any way can limit or monitor, put a maximum cap on the amount of rentals they have in here, and or can a homeowners association / condo association, I mean, effectively somebody could buy a condo and rent it out. So are we able to, through the village or through the homeowners associations, cap the number of rentals?
What little information I got from our own attorney is that we're on treading in difficult territory as a public entity to try and regulate rental properties, and restrict, what can. Privately, there can be, and I've familiar with some private communities that try to do that, particularly with regard to short-term rentals. But whether it's, long-term rentals, that's another story, and it's the private homeowners association could regulate that to some degree.
Association, covenants, and or condo association, restrictions and covenants will address the rental.
Our other projects, we have not done that. I mean, we can talk about it internally. But, to be honest, when we are no longer the declarant and it gets turned over to the association, I mean, it's theirs. So. But yeah, we can discuss that internally. I don't think we're opposed to writing something like that into the declarations.
Russ?
Just to piggyback on the rental and kind of looking at this project in long-term scenarios and why that concern is in the village for rental properties is ultimately the fluctuation it causes on student enrollment is unreliable. And many times it occurs in July and August. So we can either have de-enrollment spike or an enrollment spike at that time. And either we are overstaffed or understaffed. And if we have to go back to the well for more staffing to cover that, and we see this on the east end of the village, we're looking at kind of the post-opportune hiring window.
Yeah.
We're not probably getting the best we
Yeah.
could in front of our students. But ultimately, we see a seven-figure spike or decrease in our budgetary issues just based off of the rental makeup now in the village. So I understand we're on thin ice or whatever we want to call that, or whatever the village looks at that as, but it is a realistic concern, regardless of if we have 155, 115, 160, whatever the number is. If through the years, this trends more into rental property, meaning those townhomes, more so than the single families, that is then a concern a little bit to the school district.
It's more difficult to project.
Yeah, and it's a budgetary issue, right, that we have to pass on, fortunately.
Further questions, comments?
I've got a question.
Yeah, Jeff.
I think, Ken, you've collectively have touched upon this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Have you considered an alternative mixture? I mean, why not have all single-family flagships?
We'd be here for 25 years. I mean, trying to sell that out.
And
we need to address price. I mean, this is not a small project. It's not a 25 unit project. We need to be able to attract a large portion of the market, and that happens through price point. We have to give them different products.
So if these were all flagship lots, you couldn't sell them
It wouldn't
in a
work.
timely manner.
We would not do this project, all flagship. No.
Point perspective, you guys estimated these townhomes at 450 to 500 and your paired ranch view is at 475 to 550 and your pathway series at 500 to 550. I don't see that big of a difference in price points between those three.
It's as much as we can get. Obviously we'd like to have that more, but that comes with other factors. I mean, that comes with density, it comes with smaller units, it comes with a lot of things that, we're trying to find a balance, right? And I think, we'd like to see the gap wider, but it boils down to economics really, and where those gaps can be and the product.
Further questions?
I was just going to ask, Ken, do you mind clarifying? There was some confusion or comments brought up about the term pathway earlier.
Yeah.
Do you mind explaining it from your?
Yeah, that's a product line of ours. There's no reference to any programs or anything that's out there. It's strictly a product line that we have. In fact, we're currently changing that to Genesis because of the perception. But yeah, that has nothing to do with any programs that are out.
It's really extensively carried. I looked it up on the internet while that guy was talking about it. I'd never heard that before. There was the site after site after site talking about low-cost housing. It's a pathway program.
To be honest, if we realized that, when we named that product line, we would have selected a different product line name.
We heard a comment from a resident that lives to the west of the proposed development about the road. Is there any opportunity to have the road go 30 feet to the south?
You know, we looked at that. There may be. Maybe Joe or Chris can speak to it.
So, access to the county highways is prescribed by the county highway departments. So we could suggest where we think it makes sense, where we would like it to be, but at the end of the day, they regulate where a point of connection can be made. And on Lannon, the concern is the vertical curve. So the raise, the grade, the elevation rises away from the intersection and you go up a hill. And that hill crests near where the wooded area, the preservation wooded area kind of begins. So there is a sight distance that we need to demonstrate is met here. That's someone in a vehicle sitting at that intersection and someone driving on that road at 45 miles an hour have the ability to see each other in time to make that safe turning movement. And there's very prescriptive requirements that Washington County Highway Department has to demonstrate this is acceptable sight distance and this is unacceptable sight distance. And we have landed this thing sort of right where it works with the big hill to the north and the proximity of the signalized intersection in the queue links that are designed to sort of handle the vehicles waiting to make turning movements at the intersection. So we can work with them to see if we get it as far south as possible. I don't think there's 30 feet there to give, to be honest. We're really close to just making this work, but we would understand that to be a concern and work with the highway department to see how much we could move it.
Katie is celebrating.
There you go.
Further comments, questions?
I'd like to make a comment. Kind of a general comment. I'll turn my mic on. So overall, I'm in favor of this and I'm going to vote in favor of this. And I know there's a lot of people out there who won't agree with that, but I just want you to know the reasons why I am going to vote in favor of this. And you can, at least you'll understand why I'm voting the way I'm voting. So it's part of the village's 2050 planning process that was completed soon thereafter in 2022. And the future land use plan for this area was changed. They actually eliminated commercial and retail. So what we have now is actually where only low and moderate density residential uses on this and other properties are allowed on County Line Road. So it's more restrictive in that regard. The proposed densities will be less than the maximum allowed in the underlying RS7 district and the RM2 district. So the densities are even less. So they could have came in with a higher density. I like the look of the buildings. I think they're modern and fresh. I like the preservation of 10 acres of woodland and wetlands. I like 28 acres of open space. That's 32% of the total. I like the buffers that are between the existing properties. It's not realistic to expect larger properties that are currently south of County Line Road because those are standards from the 60s because of plumbing requirements and that. So that's not practical. That's why we're bringing in sewer and water so we can have tighter parcels like that. And the last thing in regards to traffic, the traffic impact analysis done by TADI, which is recognized across the state, the DOT uses them, has said that EIA concludes that the impact will not reduce the level of service on the roads and intersections below an acceptable level of service D condition during the peak hours. And the 4-lane divided highways have adequate capacity to accommodate the additional traffic expected to be generated from the Sutton Farm development. So with that said, there are a few site access related improvements. It could be turn lanes, it could be stop controls, things like that. But based upon those reasons, I support this.
Thank you. And I'm just going to comment as well. Everybody knows what my position was when I was candidate Bob. You know, I was against the village center, especially using a TID for high density housing. We have eventually put that on pause, and that will come back to the Plan Commission for further discussion with developers, real estate people, more community engagement on what is best suited for that area. When I first started attending meetings 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I think I attended 2 of these meetings when you folks were up here presenting. And one of my platforms was smart growth with minimal impact on the schools. And we heard that there is a relatively low risk to the schools, high risk on the village center project, low risk here. That's not to say that future development coming down the pike that is in the queue already will have impact on the schools. I think we're not naive. It's going to happen. And that will, in the spirit of transparency, trigger a referendum, possibly. I cannot speak for the school district. But for this particular project, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I supported it because, you know, I want to get as much tax revenue coming in to lessen the tax burden on you and me. And I didn't even think about the impact fees. When I had a one-on-one with our village administrator last week, we started talking about things that I wanted to include, which was the tax revenue. And then our village administrator said the impact fees, $2.3 million. It's going to be very challenging budget years going forward, and we need that tax revenue. But again, getting back to this project, I like what I see. Are we going to please everybody? No, we're not. I think this is smart growth. The developer's paying for all the infrastructure, so no impact on the community. We heard from a community member tonight about the future well site, about, you know, the village is going to pay for that. Well, of course we're going to have to pay for it, but that's further down the road if we decide to do something there. But at least we got the land and we've got some other infrastructure going in there. And if we go down the path of putting a well in, well, of course we understand that. We get it. But I support this. And I know I support this because it's the right thing to do for the village of Germantown. We heard a lot of comments from our neighbors south of Germantown in the Falls. I appreciate that. But my focus is on the village of Germantown. So I support this. So further comments, Bill?
Yeah, I've listened to the, excuse me with the microphone. I've listened for a lot of years now about high density housing, apartment housing, I think was what the real term was there. I haven't seen anything like this in quite some time, where we are able to support a more mid-range buyer. There really is no rental here other than what you're forced to do if you're going to sell the property. I like what I see. I think it's a breath of fresh air. I'm certainly more in favor of something like this than what we talked about at Donges Bay and Fond du Lac Avenue there. That just left a bad taste in my mouth. This doesn't. The lot's smaller than what I'm used to. But then again, I'm really thinking if I was the age of a buyer of one of these new houses, this would be what I'm looking for in today's world. So I'm for it. I think it answers a lot of the comments from the public that we've seen in the past. And I think a lot of what you heard tonight, this is just my opinion now, is left over. All we heard was high density housing. Germantown doesn't want that. But I thought I heard before that what Germantown doesn't want is rental housing. And that's not what we're looking at.
That's accurate.
And I do kind of think, hope I'm not naive, that by bringing up this percentage of possible rental was more realism, where the world works. Not that you intend to do that. Well, if I had to rent my house in order to keep it, I'd do it too. So I think it's typical of any subdivision. So I like what you presented. Thank you.
Josh, any comments, thoughts? Your microphone.
Yeah, since the beginning, I thought it was, it's not quite high density housing or high density, multifamily. I don't know. Some of that gets lost in just, paraphrase, or it's a big umbrella on it, but there's a lot of different components. I don't know. I understand there's people that are gonna hate it and there's people that are gonna love it, but I think every single thing we vote on is gonna have that. It's hard to please everybody, but the overall project, I like. I don't live right there, so I'm not disregarding all the comments that people are making, but I don't think it's, unless I'm wrong, costing the village money it's not costing the village money, right? We don't have to pay for anything in the road, none of the turn lanes, none of the infrastructure costs. It's all developer costs. So, I don't want to just keep doing nothing. I agree with the project.
Great. Russ, thoughts? I know you already opined, but from a school district standpoint, but from a plan commission member, what are your thoughts?
Plan commission member, yeah, but back into the school board aspect. And we don't throw the R word around that lightly, so let's calm down a little bit. But ultimately, we're through a planning phase, right? And this, to your point, is smart growth. And why is it smart growth? Because this is an increase to the village to be able to support services. This isn't a detriment. We aren't taxing. And if we were to come across a scenario where we do have to run a referendum, and I'm not saying we're there, but let's say we get to that point. This is 200 and X amount of residential housing that we can help spread that taxation burden over and help alleviate that. So in real time, this will alleviate a taxation issue potentially for our residents by adding to that catalog of houses, right? And that's what we need to do, is the smart growth aspect of it. I fully understand the neighbors did not move there with the intent of 240 whatever houses coming into the neighborhood, and fully understand that. Ultimately, though, for the greater good of the Germantown community and even the Germantown School District, this is a project that probably does have to go forward at this time. From my standpoint, not only on the school board, but as a citizen of the village.
Great. Thank you, Bridget.
I'd just like to point out that in the conditions that are before us, the recommended conditions, there is a condition here that says that there's a 30-foot wide landscape buffer. So in the areas where there isn't as much buffering shown, one of the conditions we'd be considering with our voting is to have that full 30 feet. So hearing a lot of the concerns with how close is it to my property, how much buffer is there going to be, one of the additional conditions would be to have that full 30-foot around all of the property.
Thank you. And Bob.
So I'm for the project. My concerns are what I've voiced. I'm concerned with the significant increase in your price points in 4 months and the impact that they may have on your ability to sell within a point in time, within the amount of time that would prevent it from turning into a rental. 15% is only an estimate. I know that's 40 units, but it's only an estimate. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you told us that you were going to write something into your covenants, both your HOA and your condo association, if it's separate, limiting the number of rentals that you're going to be willing to accept in the subdivision. That's really my biggest concern when I saw those price increases. That, my initial concern was rental and owner occupied. And when I saw the, 40% increase in pricing in 4 months, the concern that more of those units are going to turn into rentals is where I am today. So.
And Bob, I think we can address that at the village board level because if this moves forward with the conditions there, it'll always go to the village board for final approval. And that'll give the opportunity for the applicant to work with staff in terms of identifying those opportunities. So. Okay, we already have a motion and a second on creating a planned development district based on the underlying RS7 single family and RM2 multifamily zoning districts to be known as the Sutton Farm PDD for the 88.3 acre Morhuson Family Farm, and I apologize for mispronouncing that. LLC property and rezoning said 88.83 acres from A1 agriculture district into the Sutton Farm PDD, subject to the following three requirements and conditions. I'm not going to read those. They're in front of you. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? That motion carries. We are now on to the next item, the preliminary subdivision plat for Sutton Farm, subject to the following conditions. And there are 9 conditions. Jordan, do you have any comments on that or?
No, that would go forward along with the first recommendation you guys just made.
Great. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the preliminary subdivision plat for Sutton Farm, subject to the following, how many?
9.
Subject to the following 9 conditions as noted.
I'm sorry, wait a second. Thank you, Bill. We have discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? That motion carries. We are now on to item, and thank you so much for the applicant. Thank you for those in the audience for voicing your concerns. And thank you for staff for getting us where we're at. We're now on to item B, Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed text amendments to section 17 zoning of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code. And this will be a public hearing as well. Oh, yes, Russ.
Just wait a few seconds here for this.
Yeah.
As a reporter instead of.
Okay, we're going to move forward on the Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed text amendments to section 17. Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 5 what I would term minor zoning code amendments. Number 1, to revise certain site plan application submittal requirements to match current practices and procedures. Number 2, clarify.
Hold on, I have a question of privilege. We can't hear over here at all.
Okay.
Will the audience please be quiet? We're conducting village business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeff.
All right. Again, we have a set of minor zoning code amendments proposed by staff. Amendment number 1, to revise certain site plan application submittal requirements to match current practices and procedures. Amendment number 2 clarifies the standards and criteria used by the Plan Commission for the review of site plan applications and their ability to require changes to site plans, require site and public facility improvements, and any other conditions of approval deemed necessary to ensure development is consistent with applicable village plan and development codes. Amendment number 3 removes a provision that allows residential monument signs to be installed in the right-of-way. Amendment number 4 revises on-site traffic control and wayfinding sign provisions to be more flexible with respect to the different types of signage commonly installed within a business parking lot. And amendment number 5 revises certain agricultural fence provisions that clarify the standards that apply for partition fences, as well as revising provisions for fences installed on agricultural property that abut residential, commercial, industrial, or institutional property. These are 5 amendments. There's a draft ordinance included in the packet that details what those are. If you have any questions, I'll certainly respond to those at this point.
Make a motion to approve the proposed text amendments.
We've got a public hearing.
Then I propose.
Do we have
Yes,
any
there
questions
is a
for
public-
staff? Before we go into the public hearing, I apologize. Okay. No questions for staff? Okay, we okay with public hearing now?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go to notice of public hearing, Village of Germantown. Notice of hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located at N112W17001 Mequon Road, Germantown, Wisconsin, and virtually through WebEx platform on the following date and at a time noted below. Date is Monday, June 9, 2025, 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing will be to hear all parties, their attorneys or agents, for or against the petition filed by the Village of Germantown Community Development Department for proposed text amendments to Section 17 zoning code of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code concerning fences in agricultural districts, parking and wayfinding signage and site plan approval requirements. The copy of the proposed text amendments is on file at the Community Development Department Planning and Zoning Services Office in the Village of Germantown. Would anybody like to come forward this evening to speak for or against the proposed changes? Don't be bashful. Anybody on WebEx wanting to speak?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Where are you, by the way?
This is
Never
Deb.
mind,
I'm
no
not
worries.
home
That's a
taking the
rhetorical question.
minutes.
So, but thank you. Yeah. Final, anybody want to come forward in the audience here tonight? Okay, we are closing this hearing at 10:46. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed text amendments as presented in the draft ordinance.
Second.
Bill has a second. Do we have discussion? Yes, Bridget.
There is a typo in the first one, 17.43, part 7, third line, deemed needs knee.
Where's it at?
Where is that?
Under review procedure, section 17.3, part 7,
Okay.
the third line of that change, the word deemed.
Oh, yes, I see that.
We'll correct that. So,
Thank you.
And then I do have a question. With removing the 30 days, is there another time that would bind us to take action for an application?
If you want to have a time limit, typically what's worked out best for us because of the submittal deadlines and in some cases needing to bump items from one agenda to the next because of the timing of submittals and things, it's actually better, in my opinion, to not have a stated or prescribed time period within which to act. We've run into issues with state required time deadlines for plats and CSMs where in cases where we're not able to meet those timeframes, we've got to get the permission from the applicant to extend a deadline. Not that that's a problem, but it just, we don't meet often enough sometimes to make the 30-day deadline. But if you want to prescribe one, we can certainly consider that as a group.
So part of my asking is that developers oftentimes want a timeline. They want to know how long this process is going to take. What's their maximum time limit? So I think we could put a time in there. I think 30 days would be too short, especially considering if you're moving from 1 month to another month, that maybe something like 90 or even 120 days, something that gives them you will be heard in this time frame. So obviously our current administration and team, even the recent past ones, are bringing these things forward at a regular pace and a regular basis. This isn't a problem we have with the current setup, but say 5, 10, 15 years from now, it may be an entirely different atmosphere, one that is not as developer forward. So this gives the developers, reassurance that they will be heard whenever they apply.
Is the concern that it wouldn't get taken care of?
Yes.
So maybe it's better to put a not more than.
Yes.
So what number would work that way? So instead of saying within 30 days or whatever, say not more than 90 days or not more than 45 days.
I would suggest if you're going to replace that, the language now that currently reads within 30 days of its initial submittal, that you would change that to within fill in the blank days of submittal, subject to mutual agreement to extend as necessary. And probably put in 60 days to 90 days or something along those lines.
Sure. What do you think about that?
I would support that. And I think between 60 and 90 is appropriate. I'd probably go more towards the 90, which gives you more opportunity to have some back and forth with the developers and still be within that time frame.
Yeah, I think my intent, if that's not yours too, is not to restrict you or us.
Right, I would give the village more deference than the developer.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
But I understand that they only want to know what the rules are. They don't want to be strung along. I get that.
So the way you worded it gives you a chance to, if you want to state it, you can.
Yeah,
What did you, what,
you tell me what number to put in and we'll change the sentence
well, I'm
to,
suggesting 90, but are you,
I would also suggest 90. I don't know if we need to make a friendly amendment
Well,
to do that.
We'll vote. But Russ, you have your hand up? No? Okay, we're gonna put, I'll put 90 in as a amendment to your motion. And
and a fine motion it was too.
Is that okay with the second?
Yes.
okay, do we have discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say yes.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Now we're gonna vote on the amended motion to include the 90-day time frame. Do we have any discussion, final discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Last but not least, item C, elevated identity agent for exterior Foley Hill LP property owner sign review application for a Generac located at W210 and 12800 Holy Hill Road in the Holy Hill Gateway District. Jordan.
Yes, so this is a sign review application. Generac Power Systems is the business entity proposed by Elevated Identity Incorporated. This is the site here off of Holy Hill Road, previously Briggs and Stratton when the building was originally constructed and owned by them. Currently, Generac is in there along with Hultafors are the two businesses within the building. Generac is in the northern portion of that facility. They received zoning permit approval in 2023 to occupy about 400,000 square feet of the building. And this proposal now is to obtain their wall signage on the western facade, one wall sign proposed at 108 square feet, kind of standard channel letter logo sign. And also they are proposing a number of monument sign inserts, as you see in the packet on the slide here, to take up the extra portion of the monument signs that are existing along the roadways. Here's an image of the proposed wall sign on the western facade or the building front. And then here are the monument signs that you see Generac is proposing their letters under or above Hultafor's group to take up that remaining space. On the slide here, the wall sign is where the red star is, and then I tried to show you where the three monument signs are existing with the yellow stars. With that, the proposed signs do comply with code, square footage allocation, and other standards within our sign code. So the staff recommendation is to approve the sign package as proposed, no public hearing.
Great, thank you. Entertain a motion.
I move approval per staff recommendation.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. That motion carries. And we are adjourned at 10:54 p.m. Thank you so much for your participation and discussion. Yes, sir.
Make it part of the meeting, but. Well, I find that possibly you and I are the overspent. We schedule a meeting.
We are.
Up every I don't even know if it's justified. It's a real.
I'll be meeting with the new chair of the Economic Development Commission this coming Thursday, along with our village administrator, talking about an agenda going out. And part of that will include a whole bunch of things, but will include the review of the 2050 plan and getting more engagement with the community on that, by all means.
It would close up a lot of.
Yeah. We will be doing that, trust me.
Excellent.
But again, a great conversation. Thank you for, oh my gosh, 11 o'clock. I apologize. Yeah, I know. And you could have tag teamed it with me, you know that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Would have gone, no paddle. No paddle in our.